What's up, gamers? How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, K-Mac, for the cheese time and speed. How's it going? But Oshi, Cool Bed, welcome in, everybody. So, we are now on Godot 4.7. I just updated the engine. I'm gonna do one last look through the migration changes just to make sure there's no incompatibilities, but I think we should be good to go. 'Cause I remember looking through there and I did not see anything that seemed to be a problem, so I don't think any of this is gonna matter. Don't use that stuff. I don't use any add. Like, some of this stuff might be a little broken for Starground, possibly, but that's, we'll get around to that later. We'll go back to that. There's some, defaults changed and stuff. I don't think I utilized any of that anyway, so it probably won't be a problem, but alright, so we're probably okay. Let's do it. Say, Enrico, welcome in. How's it going? I might have just made the biggest mistake of my life, guys. Nah, we're probably okay. I doubt we're gonna have any major problems. So yeah, we need to remind ourselves of the new things. I forgot. But it seems pretty cool. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so the shader previews, oh my lord, that's gonna be wild. Let's go try that out. Just go pick a shader. I wonder how it works. So you just click this. Okay, so yeah, you must see it inside of the fragment, but oh my god, look at this. You can just see the stuff. Isn't that wild? Holy crap, guys. That's insane, honestly. When we were making our rain shader, now we can probably just go in here, view the, oh my god, look at that. We can just see it. We can see what our math is doing now. You know? That's insane. And you hit update parameters and you can just boop, delete all of them. Yeah. Alright, mic should be back to normal. I gotta press the funny button. But yeah, the shader previews are insane. That's gonna be really nice. So I'm excited to do more shaders soon. I have no idea what offset transforms are all about. I need to look into those. A lot of 3D stuff, so when we go back into deadlift, we'll be able to kind of utilize all that. A lot of these are just really tiny, nice quality of life things. I'm gonna love using this. The font size aware text label, finally. It's been too long. Now, I think this actually is really important for me. Remember I was having issues with getting the sub viewports to render properly inside of Lured In. And sometimes they would kind of look weird and bad, in the little aquarium previews. And I think that might actually be a little bit interesting to take a look at here, because it might kind of fix our problems. I'll have to check on that. Because now if we go inside of the tank menu, because we have this viewport here, right? Sub viewport. And now I think over here we can change our rendering to nearest neighbor somehow. I don't know how. Is that just like a project-wide setting or something? Fractional. I don't know where that is, to be honest. I don't see it in here. Let's find out where that setting is. It's got to be here somewhere. Where'd it go? Oh, okay, it's not there. Am I crazy? Where'd it go? There's like a little guy. There it is. Oh, that's just for 3D rendering. Never mind. So they already had. Okay. So nothing changes. It's fine. Whatever. All right. Yeah. We'll have to mess with all this new stuff. We'll just kind of start running into it, I think, as we use the engine. But let's test this out, shall we? Oh my goodness. It's so much better. I can actually choose where these things go without having to, like, go up here and do stupid stuff. That's so much better. So much better. Alrighty. So let's get back to it, shall we? So here's our big area. Let's move the tanks down here into a better position. I'll just have them be like a pixel away from the wall or something. I don't know, this guy is at a different... A little funny. Okay. I kind of want to maybe snap these to a grid. I'm not sure. It's a little funny when I do. What grid size is this? I don't know how to know the grid size. So, it's fine, I guess. Alright, so that should be good there. We'll need to add in a bunch of new decoration spots and stuff. We can rebake the navigation polygon. So, okay, here's something that we're gonna have to figure out, right? I'm gonna need our customer navigation to work here. They should be able to, like, go between these rooms and stuff, right? It's gonna be a little bit tricky, though. We have to figure out how we're gonna do that. Also, I need to add in some more lights in here because it's super dark. We have this, like, center light here that I use to kind of just brighten everything up. That will work. It's just because it's whatever. It's like darker because it's deactivated right now. But once it's not deactivated, it should be fine. I'll probably put some more windows over in this building too. So let's do that. Oh, I think I made a mistake. I didn't realize the walls are actually 4 tiles tall. So I guess we got to do some expansions. Well, my bad. Not a big deal. What's the keybind for this? P for the picker. So, yeah, it's going to cause some problems in here. I mean, this doesn't have to be a full height wall, so I guess that one doesn't really matter. But I will have to do it, like, around some of these sections and stuff. Yeah, it's a little problematic. Can I select, please? Oh, yeah, let's go to this one. Boom. Oops. We also need to move the tip jar. I don't know exactly where. I want to reserve that spot for the chef and stuff, so I'll probably just put it in this corner over here. Yeah, it's hard to say where I want to put this now, right? I guess in this corner. It'll be fine. Okay. We need to move this window. Oh god. Get over there. Fix that. Alrighty. So yeah, there's still more things that we're gonna have to fix in here. We need to move all these up. Okay. Apparently the picker tool doesn't exist anymore? Oh. It has to be on the pencil. Okay. Let's see here. It's kind of weird how this is here. I'm almost thinking that we just do this. It might, like, physically not make as much sense, but I just think, like, it'll probably look better. It's gonna be my guess. And I might just make that a part of the main room instead of this one here. So we can do that here. Boom. How does that look? Yeah, I guess that's fine there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We've got a couple months to keep messing around with the visuals of this, you know. Okay, so those are all set up. Let's go back into expansion 1. So we are going to have some tanks in here, but if we have 2 windows on either side, I think we'll be okay. I need to go copy that other thing again, which these should not be children of each other. Let's see if I can make this work. Oh yeah. So full bright right here. This is the node that I use for like the windows over here. Dot. Oh no, full bright is not the node. Never mind. I don't remember. It's this one, window light. I'm just gonna go put another one over here. Turn off the grid snapping. And it's too big. I think I can... Oh yeah, there we go. But yeah, this just acts as like a little fade in from the windows, so it's not just pitch black over there. So let's put that right there. Do the same over here. All right. Just kind of helps there. Let's see. Then there's the... What's the small rays? God ray 3. I'm got to move all these with each other. I think it's window highlight 3. I'll just put that under God ray 2. God ray 3. Oops. So now I can just move this as one chunk. There we go. And I'll copy those and put them over here. Hold on, I'll read that in just a second. Place these down. There we go. Oh, and I actually have this set just a tiny bit lower. It's a little weird how it seems like they, by default, add as a child. I don't know if that's a new thing. Or maybe I'm just crazy. Probably that one. Let's add this other window highlight to God Ray 2. And then that's the door God Ray. Alright, but we should be good there now. I don't know if the research building's going to have windows, because it's kind of like, you don't really have windows in a research lab. So we probably won't. So do I think it's a good idea to post the MC mod doc rephrased by AI? I probably wouldn't. If it was me. I don't think it's ever worth it, to be honest. I think like it really like obfuscates, if I can speak properly, the meanings behind everything, you know, whether you realize it's doing it or not. So if it were me, I'd probably say don't do that, but you know, it's up to you. I think I'd rather deal with like mistakes than I would with the way that AI writes things personally. Okay, so we got those over there. I want to add in some of these like little stone tiles. I might just do these all the way along the edge here. And maybe even over here. Do I not have an inner corner for the stone? I guess I don't. So that's gonna have to get fixed. I'll do the same over here. Okay. Yeah, I know people have wanted more decoration spots. I'm gonna try to do that a little bit. Do those. This one will probably actually extend out a bit more. Just because it's on the edge. Okay. And I just did that on the main layer, didn't I? Cool. Oh god. Hold on. Let's just undo everything that we just did. Okay. Expansion 1. Let's try again. My bad. Plop that guy there. Now, I guess I'll have it over along this side too. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna need an inner corner for these. Then we can fill all this in. I think that'll work, and you have spots all along the walls for decorations. Here, there won't be, because people are gonna be walking in. Okay, main room. Let me disable the modulation stuff, because we're going to do that with code anyways. All right, fill all that in. And then here, there's going to be some sections, so I'd say like up until right there. Sort of like that. Then we'll have all along this wall and this one. I can't see because of the UI. Just hide that for a second. Yeah, I fixed grammar with AI. I shouldn't change the wording at all, but a lot of the sentences are just not sounding like a, yeah, like an actual speaker would write. See, that's the thing with AI is like, it does technically fix things, but I think you lose like some, well, it might sound, you know, what's the word? expected or whatever, but you lose like some like humanity when you have things passed over, even if it doesn't look like any wording is actually changing. Because AI tends to use weird words, honestly. Sometimes it'll just do stuff. And I see it and I'm like, no human English speaker would ever say that. So. That's just what I think. I don't know if I want to have decorations along that side too. It would be cutting it kind of close. Same with this edge. I could probably squeeze a couple in. We'll see. Might have to move this little entrance like over a tiny bit, which is fine. All right, I think this is getting there. I would put windows here. I don't know how that would really work though. Oh yeah, also now that that's been shifted around, we can move this down again. Ooh, good. So we're gonna have to do a lot of new tiles here. We're gonna need obviously like all the lab tiles. So I'll probably get started on all that now. I don't think the lab tiles are gonna be particularly hard or anything. I think they're just gonna look very, you know, artificial and like a lab, perhaps. I'll just look up a laboratory. Right, so you got like just basically pure white walls. That's what you got in laboratories. So that's probably what we'll do here. I might give it like some panels, kind of like this a little bit. We'll see. Maybe just for the juxtaposition, I'll do like like horizontal lines or something. We'll see. I don't know what I want the little borders to be. I'll probably just make them white or whatever. We don't need to worry about transitional pieces like this one between the rooms, because I think the researchers are going to be trapped forever inside of the lab. I don't really need them like walking out and doing stuff, to be honest. I think it'll just it'll be kind of weird if they're not in there. All right, so we're going to select all that. And start swapping all these colors over. Boom. So that's a start. Okay. I don't know if these tiles have collision or not. I honestly don't know. They might. Alrighty, so we're gonna replace all these now with these guys, and the fill tool makes it significantly easier. Oh, I think they're unshaded. They appear to be. So I wonder if that's just a material shader that I applied to these. I'm assuming. Unless they're on like a different like light rendering layer or something. I am not sure. We'll have to see. But this should look much more like a lab now. I think it does. I'll also change the floor tiles. Okay, so what do I do for these? Let's go look. Borders, rendering. Yep, they just have unshaded. So we will do the same. Select all these. Oops, only these. Rendering, modulate, unshaded. I think the research room is also still modulated dark. Yep. So this is sort of what it's going to look like. We're going to have your little lab over here. It's going to be filled with a bunch of guys walking around. Hey, Serpion, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. All right, and for floor tiles here, nothing super crazy. I think just sort of like concrete makes sense. I'll probably have some variations that have some like marks in them. We'll see what that looks like. Go to setup. Let's do our little scatter thing. Oops. It's interesting how changing the mouse position changes the scatter. I don't remember that being a thing before, but it's actually really cool, so I'm not complaining. Okay. I think a lot of what the lab will sort of have in here is just lots of like machinery and stuff and desks and tables, and that'll kind of make the lab look like the lab, you know? So we'll keep filling all that out. We'll have like some table, like a big table here or something with like maybe like a little L desk with a bunch of chairs and microscopes and beakers and whatnot. It'll be kind of annoying to add all that stuff in, but it's fine. Yeah, I was going to experiment doing like a tiny little line here. I don't know if that's going to look good or not, but let's see. I guess I don't 100% mind it. It does help kind of like make that environment look distinct from the other ones. What does it look like if I add that one too? So that's where we're at with that. I think it's probably fine. Now, I think the light over there is way too, so is this really how big the center light is? I didn't realize. Yeah, shrink that down a bit. Oh. Wrong node. And the laboratory shouldn't be like, you know, tinted a warm tone. Like laboratories are, you know, they're supposed to be pretty neutral white, cold and sterile. So I think that'll work there. Alrighty. We're gonna have to completely kind of reposition all of the decoration spots. Those two up there are okay. But like these ones are broken. It's gonna be a lot to go through. I think I can just squeeze 2 decoration spots in there. And apparently there's 5 and 6 are just sitting here. Oh, that's because that was like the middle area. I see. So that one will go there. That one about right there. Yeah, we're going to need significantly more spots. Seven and 8 need to move. So do 9 and 10. Just to make this a lot easier to see, I'm going to make this line here probably invisible by default. I don't know if I'm messing with... Okay. So I mess with visibility anyways in there. Let's do that so it's not so annoying. Much better. Yeah, there are so many decoration spots in here. We'll also have like 2 more here on the edges once we add in the big tank in the middle here. That's going to be kind of the next thing we're going to tackle. I'm probably going to get those big tanks in here right now. Just because I need to see sort of the scale of them. Let's see, I'm going to adjust this light here so it's not overlapping so much. Sort of like that. Alright. Just beside Godot, Factorio released Experimental 2.1. I did not know that yet. That's very cool. Yeah, I actually started up a save kind of recently, just messing around. I wonder if I should have waited for 2.1, but nah, it's fine. But yeah, I am excited for that though. I think it's gonna be really fun. So can't wait. I don't know, maybe I'll pop into it and mess around. Oh wait, I don't want, or wait, no, I do want, I think that. Trying to think how this is gonna work. So then we go into main. So we want to have, this is going to kind of indicate that there's like a doorway here. I don't know how wide the doorway is going to be, just something like that. Just so they look connected, because I think it looks a little strange when there's no like doorway at all. Now it does look a little janky though. Oh, well, that'll be part of the reason. Let's do that, and then we'll also need to go add the unshaded shader. There's nothing that would break your save if you upgrade it eventually. Yeah. Yeah, it's just sort of like the way that you'd go about things. Like, one of the things I am really excited for is being able to control the side that inserters go onto, finally. Because that's going to change a lot of things. Which will be really cool. So. Oh, what does your decoration spot nodes do? Basically, those are just spots where players are able to put decorations down. They're just all scattered around. We just kind of redid the entire layout of everything, so they're all like in stupid, messy spots. I need to start going through and like positioning them to their final resting places. There's going to be a lot more decoration spots now, I think, in this new update. Let's see also, where is this tank? Okay, that's tank 2. Probably move that over a tiny bit. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying not to manually place those, but it's fine. I mean, one option is that we dynamically generate them, just using a tile map layer, which would be kind of easy. But, you know, it's not always exactly where I want those to go, you know? Like, if I pop down a tile somewhere, sometimes I kind of want them to be overlapping. So, I don't know. I think manually placing them does give me a lot more control. So we have 8. Then 9 and 10 will go over here. We're just going to have a big row of decorations here. Might add a little bit more spacing between these now that we can afford that. So this guy I'll probably just put in the corner. Something sort of like that seems pretty good. 12. And we'll go through and like place stuff down on these, kind of figure out like what makes the most sense here. 13's over here. Yeah, we're gonna need significantly more decoration spots. Now, this will kind of corrupt everybody's like positions of their decorations. It's not a huge deal. They're just going to be scattered around in weird positions because we're moving them. But I think it's okay. I can't see because of the Dwaz text. What is that even from? Is that from the tanks? Let's go make it invisible so I can see. Yeah, it is. Now I'm pretty sure that weight is visible, yeah. Do I modify the position of that? Okay, I do. So make that invisible so it's not annoying. All right, so that looks pretty good in that corner there, this section. Up here I think is pretty good, spacing-wise. I do need to fix these two railings here. Just add a couple more variations. So for that we're gonna need like a couple here. I'll need to do a vertical variant. And also here, I need to do one that curves in the corner. So let's see how this is going to work. I guess something like that in the middle. Is that in the middle? 6 pixels. Yep. These are just going to connect up. So we have a vertical railing. So order like that. And then for our shadow, we're just going to have it. Okay. Sort of over here. Let's see. So this one, it's 2 pixels away. So we have to sort of do this. And I think that should be good right there. On these segments, though, I do want this to connect. Let's see, 2 pixels away. Just to kind of look like there's like a post there. I think that should be it. I think I am going to add outlines to the railings because it does look a little odd. They like kind of blend in too much with the environment, I think. Okay. They are kind of like too thick also. We gotta fix that also. I guess I'll just make them 2. Here, let's do this instead of deleting them. Oop. Move them in a little bit. Oops. And delete all these ones. All right. Now, outlining. We'll have to change things quite a bit around here. Because we're going to have to shift all of these down. Also, I feel like these railings doesn't technically make any sense. And it might seem odd to do. But they would make more sense, or just look better, I feel like, if they were 3 wide instead of 2. So we're just going to do it. Because you know what? Screw it. I can do whatever I want. No rules. Alright. Then yeah, we're going to outline these now, I think. We're not going to go such a dark outline, but just for now, testing. Oops. Something like this. We'll have to edit the staircase too. Yeah, I just feel like that looks better. I'll probably have to thicken up the shadow now. That's fine. Okay, staircase. Well. I think I did that down there, yeah. Oops. Yeah, it just looks much better, I feel like. Now, here in the corner, I have to figure out like how I want this to look, because it's got this sort of like sharp little bend. I think that should look okay. Alrighty. Let's move this side down. Now, those are thin there. I think now that I've done the thicker outline, maybe I don't feel like I need to make these 3 pixels as much. I think that was more of a byproduct of them being, you know, I think we get rid of all that. Alrighty. Then I can add these back in, which always look good, I think. I feel like I should be able to see the post down here, so I am going to do that. So it should be like 2 pixels away from the floor. And I guess I should be able to see that too. Yeah. Okay. Wish there was like a keybind to set my opacity easier or something, you know? Sometimes it gets a little bit annoying. Can't really do a shadow down there for those. That's okay. I'm not gonna worry about it. Alrighty, then we just got to do the other side, and I think we're good there. Bring it all the way down. Do our little thing there. Bring down our lines. And there we go. So let's see what those look like now. Much better. Where is the tip jar? Okay. Let's move that guy just a tiny bit. I guess that's where the tip jar is going to go. I'm not really sure. I liked it being over near the front. We could potentially make it like just an object on the desk. That would be fine. Instead of its own like unique table, you know? So, might end up doing that. We'll see. I'm going to change the outline colors here, I think. I want to see what this looks like compared to the contrast of the floor. See, it's a little too... I think we're going to go with this color instead. Oh god. I love changing every outline ever. It's so cool. So we'll do that in most areas and then just go through and fix a couple of these specifically super dark spots. Oops, I can't do that though. It has to be like that. You said I missed a shadow area? I'll double check that. Maybe just a second here and we'll go look. Oh, that's supposed to be dark. These are all one tile above the right corner of the stairs. Oh, like right here? Yeah, I need to add that in. Thank you for spotting it. Oh god. Okay, plop that guy there. Unfortunately, I don't like how that looks though. I do like that instead. Oh, and I guess then also technically here the shadow would be different because it would be casting like this. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do that because it's a little complicated. Now, if that is how the shadows are going to be 1 pixel away like that, then these should actually be here instead. I'll be consistent. I guess. All right, let's go look at that. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. What do you guys think? I think it'll work. Okay. So here's something that we're gonna have to figure out. Which is, it has to do with the NPC navigation, right? So one problem is I can't have guys walking between rooms before they're unlocked, you know? So what I'll probably need to do is keep all of these as separate navigation regions and then only allow people to select a random one whenever that section has actually been unlocked. It's going to be a little annoying and weird, but it's fine. So I'm going to change this to navigation reception. All right. And this will stop people from like walking down the stairs and stuff when they're not supposed to be. So let's just lay this one out. Oops. What is even happening here? Oh. Why did it not bake properly? There we go. So this is what this one's gonna look like. They're not gonna walk into there anyways. So just a very small area to start. Yeah, that looks good. Then we're gonna duplicate it. We're gonna call this one navigation main. Hoping that this will work. Let's see. Why is that text unreadable? Oscar, welcome in. Hope the game's so interesting. See live how you make it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's always cool to see what's going on. Oh, I guess I have to make a new polygon. Yeah, that's fine. Why is this doing this? Okay, there we go. That should go there. And then, yeah, now we just kind of go around the edges. So our navigation system is kind of fake. And for good reason. It means that our NPCs are very performant, right? Now, why is this not... Did I not set this up right? Oh, I like did a weird thing here. Can I just select all layers? Guess not. I can do this. So I do have to say, wait, how did I do that over here? Oh, navigation polygon, there we go. I kind of just want to copy that. Problem though is I think the navigation polygon stores the geometry, doesn't it? Or does it not? Yeah, it does. That's fine, I'll just have to redo it. Because this one is set to meshes, group explicit navigation colliders, and we're going to do the same thing here. So now when I bake again, you can see it ignores all the objects that are in the way. The dog king bias, people donate more is going to be there. I think we'll probably do that, yeah. Have him like running around and stuff. I think it'd be fun. See, I'm definitely not opposed to adding him in. Yeah, I just didn't do it for you know, the version we have now. It was just I just didn't have time. I kind of feel like there needs to be a post in that corner a little bit. It just looks odd. It looks odd, to be honest. Let's see. Something like that. Yeah, that'll probably look better. Then we'll do another one up here too. Just do it like that. Then we have to change the opacity again. Sort of like that. All right, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, it just feels better. Okay. See, I hope that we can get this working. It's gonna be kind of like hard. Because they're gonna be checking if they're colliding with any navigation colliders. I do think if I go into our tiles, I know that I've painted some collisions on here. So these are all navigation colliders here. So any of these should stop them. Like, it should stop somebody from like walking down through the floor or whatever. I'm probably also gonna do that on maybe the railings here. Because I don't want them walking into the railings, right? It could potentially cause some major issues with baking doing that. Because now it's just going to be a tiny little strip that they walk down in the middle. I guess what we could do is go in here and for these specifically, like, paint them to be more precise. If I could see anything. Right, sort of more like that. And that will help. But then I have to do the other one. I wish there was a way to do this easier. Center view. Is one thing that's a little frustrating with the tile map system in Godot is trying to edit these little collision shapes is really hard. Because they don't like snap to pixel grids for some reason. I really don't know why they don't. Okay, that should make those collisions a lot more accurate. And then now down here, it should make this walkway much larger, yeah. See, now we got all these weird, like, little tiny jagged bits because I can't make the collisions straight. Oh, well. So anyways, now inside of our customer code, there's going to be quite a few things we're going to have to change in terms of their navigation. Because right now what they do is they say, just get a random point in a navigation region. Now we're going to have to get a random point in every navigation region. So probably going to have another function inside of Aquarium. Let's just get random navigation point, right? Okay. Will be equal to that. And we'll kind of copy this. How much bigger will the game be in 1.0 version compared to the demo? Yeah, I think we'll probably still be updating it after 1.0 also. I've still got a lot of ideas, honestly, so I feel like I'll have plenty of stuff to experiment with. It's hard to say exactly how much larger. I'm hoping for like at least like 1.5 or like double the amount of content. It is one of those things where it's like I'm just gonna be adding in as much as I possibly can before release, and hopefully it'll be worth it for people. So it is always hard making that jump up from demo to full game, you know? because there's expectations that are set with the demo. And that's always really difficult. Oh yeah, I could just say make unique on this, and then can I like? I really wish it would let me clear the data. I don't even know where. Oh, clear navigation. That'll work. Looks so technical and hard. It is. It is. That's a lot of work, honestly. So, but I don't do it because it's easy, right? I think in a way, game development being hard is kind of like a good thing. Or it's like part of, to me, what makes it worth it, you know? If that makes sense. Because it's rewarding. And not everybody can do it. I think that's the whole point for me. I'm gonna call this navigation regions. The type of array of navigation regions. So now we're just gonna kind of loop through those. Right now we're just gonna have all of them. So we're just gonna say, so we have to get the RID. So I'm just gonna say pick random dot get RID. I don't know if I need to do like region RID, like how that works. No, it's just get RID. Okay. Oh, we have to call this here again. Point is going to be equal to get random navigation point. Okay. Then this I want to pass in the RID. Hopefully this will work. We should just get it from a random position. So they're probably going to all spawn in random rooms and walk in between random rooms. We'll see. We'll see if all the collision stuff works. Having our own like custom solution to navigation like this does kind of make things definitely harder. Oh, I didn't actually add the regions in. I'm a fool. But it does mean that it runs super freaking fast, which is important to me, right? Because if you have like 100 customers in your shop, you're gonna need, I need to make sure those guys run fast. Made a suggestion of, oh, okay, yeah, that was you on the Discord server. Yeah, I think it could be cool. I don't know if like, I think after you return a fish back to your inventory, I don't think I'm gonna keep the name saved. Just inherently the way that we kind of save fish data, it makes it really difficult. So, why is it saying it's a null instance? Oh, this one is. I don't know where else I use region RID or region ID. Wait, no, it's region RID. Okay, I don't use it anymore. Good. Let's try that again. But yeah, it'd be cool just to be able to name them while they're inside of the tanks, you know? Yeah, you want to have silly names. No, I totally feel. I think it's fun to be able to kind of customize them a little bit more. I forgot to make the UI visible. Oopsies. But yeah, I always think it's really cool. So yeah, for sure. Okay. Here we are. So far everything looks normal. Let's go ahead and add in some more guys. And then get set upgrade, li, upgrade, advertising, like big. Let's go to 1,000 customers. I might lag out my game really bad right now. No, it's okay. All right, so obviously there's a couple issues we got to work out. As you can see, people are just walking over the edge of the wall. So I got to go in there and adjust the depth of that. It's not a big deal. But it looks like it's working fine. Oh. He somehow decided that he's just going to walk over everything, which is not supposed to happen. So yeah, we're looking out for situations like that. I really don't know how he did that, because this should be completely like blocked off and they should never be able to pass between those. I mean, it seems like it's working fine. Like, I don't think very many people are actually doing that. That's just like one random guy. It could be something where it's like the initial navigation route that you select, you know, causes that. That would be my guess. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's working. People are walking between all these different areas and stuff. And this is an extreme test with 1 billion people. You're never going to have this many people. Yeah, sometimes people just like walk across. I don't really know how they're doing that, because they shouldn't be allowed. Because before they cross, what they do is they cast out a little like ray cast, and they check and see if they collide with any like navigation obstacles. But somehow they're just like, they don't care, which is a little weird. But it seems like the vast majority of people do pay attention. See, this person just did the same thing. I don't know how that's happening. It's a little strange. So there's something going on there. Because how it works is it selects a target position, right? And then what it does is it sets our raycast target position to that position, and then it forces a shapecast update. So if the path collided, then we know that it was invalid, and then we call it again. Oh, that's probably what's going on here. Oh, but it should like recursively go though, because it'll check, didn't work, go again, and then this one returns. So it should just keep looping through this section over and over until it actually finds a valid position. So I don't really know why that seemed to not work, to be honest. Because yeah, sometimes they're just like, yeah, I don't care anymore, and I'm just gonna go. I don't really know. It's not a huge problem, if we're being real. I mean, like, it's a weird little annoying quirk, but it's not that problematic. So I'm not gonna worry about it too much. This is an insane test of the system, you know, 1,000 people. That's never really gonna happen normally, so I'm not super worried or anything. This is kind of funny. Keep moving that full bright thing. If you add the dog, it should also be nameable. Yeah. We'll probably have to do that. Okay, I'm gonna add some little like covers here so they don't become visible. Let me move the cover, please. Why is it over there? Okay. Don't know. All right, that should block them. Okay, so with these tiles, let's go back into here. I already have a tile that's set up for this, which is this guy. Oh, well, actually, those are both the same tiles. I forgot. So let's just go back into here. Into any of these, doesn't matter where. And on those, I'm just going to say tile set. I want to say z index and set them all to 50. Boom, boom. So now customers should be walking underneath those. Let's just go make sure that that actually happens. Also, we got ads going on. I apologize. And no. How come they're walking under those ones, though? Did I not set it up right? Maybe I didn't. I painted the Z index. Maybe it's because it's like... Did I set a really low layer Z index or something? Oh, that one's at -50. Weird. I see you're making the pixel art and everything. Yeah, I always get much more value out of it, I think, when I do it myself. Honestly, the way I view AI tools and stuff like that, to me, they're like a temporary shortcut, you know? Like, sure, sometimes they'll help you out a little bit initially, but I think in the long term, they're more of a detriment because you're cheating yourself out of the opportunity to learn something. And this is what I think. Not everybody is going to agree with me, and I don't care. I really don't. All right, that's looking better. Probably also going to do the same thing to those pieces on the corners, just because I've noticed that like people tend to clip through those, and that would fix that issue. All right, we should be doing pretty good now. So everybody walks underneath those. They're kind of moving in a weird pattern, though. Because they're going underneath, and then these guys are just walking over. I don't know what their deal is, dude. I don't know how they're able to do that, because I've set it up so they can't. It's very strange. Huh. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. They shouldn't be able to do that. Because what should be happening here is with their shape cast, they're going to have a little collision right here. I guess it's because, oh. Because their shape cast is going from their feet. And so here it's fine. That's to be kind of expected, I guess. Because they're going to walk through here and then only be, or not colliding with their feet. They just squeak by, but then their head collides. So that shouldn't be like that big of a deal to fix. I just need to add like a little thing there to stop them from navigating there. I think it should be doable. I'm also going to expand that doorway a little bit, just so it's easier for them to get through and stuff. Oops, wrong building. Yeah, and let's also expand that there. I guess it doesn't technically matter because they can't actually go over there. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add a tiny little collision shape. And I guess that needs to be under a static collider. Okay. And this is going to be a rectangle. I don't remember what layer is the collider. Is it possible how many customers in the game? I don't think so. It does cause some pretty big performance issues. So that's why I don't really have it set up so you can get that many. I might potentially rebalance the customer stuff though a bit, because honestly now that like, okay, it's collision layer 1 is a collider. Now that we have such a much bigger shop, I feel like it would make more sense to get more customers, you know? And so it's one of those things I'm not 100% opposed to doing. It's kind of like rebalancing that upgrade, so maybe it's like 2 customers per upgrade. And it would probably just be sort of a visual more than anything. We'll have to figure it out. but okay, so now I need to move that over here. Wherever it is. So I should be able to just kind of add that in here. I should. And that should kind of push that down so they can't collide there anymore. Probably push that there. So let's see if that does what I think it should. Hopefully it works. That seems good. Did I set this up properly? Yeah, it's layer 1. So they should not be able to hit that anymore. Let's try it out. See if it works. I hope it does. There we go. Much better. So yeah, now they're just like kind of walking straight through. They still angle a little tiny bit. That's just like just the edge right there. There's like 1 pixel. Might have to adjust that a tiny bit. Oh, it's so close. Well, actually, you know what I'll do to fix that? It's just a visual. So let's just expand this up. And then just go into these 2 rooms and just add another tile. And that should fix it. Now it should be fine. Cool. So now they can walk between those 2 rooms freely. They walk up and down the stairs. I don't think I really want anyone going in or out of the research building. Like I'm not 100% sure how I want to go about that right now, but I don't think it's going to be like a thing that people mess with. It's not for your customers, you know? I think we're just going to have some researchers in that room kind of by themselves, so let's try a more reasonable amount of customers, right? Advertising. I think normally you cap out at like almost like something like 50. And so this is more like what it would look like in a normal circumstance. So yeah, I think that works pretty well. Cool. Sometimes one thing that is a little unideal is that people will just kind of stop on the stairs. I wish I could fix that. I don't know. Actually, I can fix that now that I think about it. So I can just stop the navigation regions from baking there. And I think then that means they'll never actually stop on the stairs. Because it means like they won't have that spot in the navigation region. We're going to try it out. There is another navigation region here that's causing issues. I don't know which one it is. Oh, this one still has all these nodes. It's a little janky. Let's get rid of all those. I didn't realize you could have like multiple sections in one region. It's actually kind of cool. Doesn't matter for our use case here, but it's good to know. So that should fix it. So basically they're only going to go across the stairs if they are actually going to leave the stairs. Excuse me. The white thing is a research lab. It doesn't really look like one right now just because it's not filled out with any decorations yet, but that's going to show up whenever you buy the research upgrade in here. So yeah, this should work now. So like this guy's going up the stairs, but it should be impossible now for him to stop on the stairs. So if anyone ever goes on the stairs, it's because they're crossing from one section all the way over to the other. So that works pretty well. Cool. Maybe in the future I'll kind of like make the NPCs a tiny bit smarter. I don't really know if it's needed, honestly, for an incremental game like this, right? It's kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, you just start feature creeping, right? It's like, do I really need to make their navigation more complicated? I don't think so. Yeah, the busy for shops, how I was imagining. It's a bit energy limit money, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of people. I want to edit that desk sprite and kind of shift over the entrance a little bit now that it's in a different position. I don't know where that is. There it is. Reception desk. Where do I have a gap there? So now I'm just going to kind of move it over a little bit. Oh, it doesn't like cleanly overlap. Alright, it's going to be annoying. We'll have to fix that. Let me just kind of like save that. I want to see where the new entrance is lying. Oh yeah, that's pretty good right there. All right. Now we just want to delete that. It's really confusing. Oh yeah, and also delete that. Okay. And then just copy this. Greta. Sometimes I swear to believe Gorb. Why can I not expand it? Now I can. Boom. Alright. Now it's not like behind the decoration area. It was a little weird before. What's the final the finale for the grandpa? Is he gonna die or be happy we managed his store? I don't know if I want grandpa to die. It's kind of like morbid for a cute little cozy fishing game, you know what I mean? So we'll probably I don't know. I think grandpa will just kind of be happy and be like, wow, I never imagined that the fishing store could look like this. Thank you so much, player. You know. We'll figure it out exactly, though, what we want to go with. How is he walking down there? Oh, yeah, I also need to fix the camera bounds, because you can see I can't get over there. Because now everything is different. I don't know where I store those bounds. I think it's inside of the code here. Or I might actually just use the built-in limits, now that I think about it. No, I don't. Is it inside of the camera code? Oh yeah, there it is. So limit maximum, I want to increase that to like 384. I also want to increase the horizontals now. And honestly, the minimum maximum. Oh, did I do... Whoa, I did this wrong. Hold on. We gotta remember how this works. Okay, so this is the X and Y. So limit X, let's go from -300 to 400. Limit max for the X, let's go to 384. And then the Y minimum, I don't need it to be quite as tall, so I might actually increase it a tiny bit, and then this one, make it lower. And hopefully that'll be about where we want it. Let's go try it out. That's pretty good over there, and then now over here. So I need to do a little bit more on the left. The bottom looks good to me. The right is plenty. That's probably too much. So that one needs a little bit more. Let's go to 450. The right could be decreased a bit. And the vertical can still be decreased. I don't know why I can't append an array. That's weird. All right, let's try this. Huh? What did I even do? Oh, it's probably one of these things where... Oh, the fish or the chef is broken. That's what's happening. Right. Because now the fish data has completely changed. I'll have to fix that. So append array. Okay. Yeah, this has to completely change. Search valid is research ID. Trying to figure out what's going on here. So research ID is region data. I'll get required research. Okay, but I don't store that info in there anymore. What I'll probably do is kind of change how this works. Instead of looping through the regions now, instead of what I'll do is loop through the fish instead. Because then I can check, is the region that they show up in, are any of them valid? Stuff like that. That'll probably make more sense. Next time, take Grandpa out of retirement and have read the story again, starting a minimum wage. Yeah, it'd be crazy. Maybe. What's funny is theoretically, I think it's possible for a customer to walk in that looks identical to Grandpa. It's just the odds of that happening are so incredibly slim, you're probably never going to see it. Because when you combine all the different colors and stuff and possibilities, it's probably like, you know, 20 quintillion possibilities or something for a customer. But okay, so let's change this up. We're going to say for fish ID and global dot items table. And now we're going to save our fish data is table.get fish ID. So let's hide all that stuff for now. So first off, let's run some checks. So if fish data dot, how do I do this? Okay, so I have a list of valid fish IDs. That's essentially all we're doing here is just getting a list of what fish can show up. So now we want to say fish data dot, what is it, catch type or something? Let me go look at what that's called again. Yeah, it's catch type. So if catch type is equal to global dot catch types dot pot, then I have to make sure that this is greater than 0. So if it's less than or equal to 0, then we're just going to say continue and cancel, right? Easy. Next thing is I have to make sure that the regions that it can show up in are actually unlocked. So now we're going to say for region ID and fish data dot regions. Make sure that's the right thing. Yep. And we'll get all the research stuff. Okay. I did a name change, by the way. I didn't know if I already told you. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, it's all good. Your own skin could also be an NPC? Yeah, it's true. It uses the exact same like system, so you could see someone walk in that looks exactly like you, which is funny. All right, so now what I want to say is get the required research ID. And then also have to save our region data is equal to, yeah, regions table dot get region ID. All right, so if any of these are valid, then immediately I just want to go ahead and break, right? So if the research is empty, then that means we should just break because it means that it's a valid one. But otherwise, if it's not, I want to do a different thing. Now, break should only break the current for loop, I think. I hope. And we don't have to do that stuff anymore. There's no if research valid. Because we'll just break the loop. So we just want to say fish IDs.append. Now what? We're appending an array. Oh, I am actually getting their weighted chance of spawning, aren't I? Well, it sucks to do this, but since we are checking their weighted chance, it means I think we have to undo everything we just did. That's okay. We can do it better. Yeah, I don't have to check if research valid. I'll just say continue or whatever. Just say if that less than or equal to 0, then say continue. All right. So how are we doing this? I'm looping through. We're appending an array. So really all I have to do here is just loop through the rarities too. All right, I think we can do this. So I'm just going to say for I in global.rarities.values, right? And that's where we get the actual list of stuff. I'm not going to worry about those two or research valid. Okay, so we got region data, research ID. So we loop through rarities. And now okay, I think I see what's going on here now. So we want to say okay, so we want to do this before we do anything. We say if the research is invalid, continue. Now we're going to loop through and we're going to get all the rarities and stuff. Okay, nice. Am I actually a fan of fishing? I do think fishing is fun. I've always enjoyed it and stuff. I don't live in like an area where there's a lot of great places to go fishing, you know? I mean, I can drive up into the mountains and go fishing there, but it's kind of really far away and takes a long time, so it's not very convenient. But it's fun though. I don't really like having to kill the fish, but you know, just catching and releasing is fine. Our game is doing pretty good right now. A lot of people came from TikTok. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people coming in from everywhere. A lot from YouTube and stuff. I just put a short up recently. It didn't do particularly well, but I wasn't expecting it to. It's all about the way you kind of frame that initial hook. Because I knew going into it, I was like, this hook is not good enough, and the video is not going to do very well. And it didn't. I don't know why it says ads off. Yeah, they changed this whole, like, section now. It's different. Or I guess it's just because I don't have any ads, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, this video did not do well. That's fine. But here's also the thing, it doesn't really matter, and also sometimes videos will just explode out of nowhere, so you never really know. But some of these have done extremely well. Like this one, pretty insane. I didn't think it was going to do this good. I've also seen a lot of videos like still consistently bringing in tons of views, which is kind of fascinating. Like specifically this one, for some reason, it's just like constantly going up. Like usually you see like them plateau, right? There's like a big hump and then they just go flat. This one is just not doing that. So, I mean, that's cool. It's kind of crazy. It's been 41 days since that video. But yeah. Views mean players. Views don't usually play the game. The conversion rate is pretty low. We're talking like less than 1% of my views that probably actually get converted into demo plays and stuff. So it's yeah, it's not ever really a super great conversion rate, but that's just how it goes, you know. I don't play every single game that I ever see on short form content stuff. Most people never will. But things are going good. I mean, we're over 12,000 wish lists. Just chugging along. So I'm sure that's going to slow down a tiny bit, the rate, just because it's not Next Fest anymore. But honestly, it didn't slow down as much as I expected it would. We're still up at like 170 a day. And I think a big part of that has to do with the personal calendar on Steam. Because now that we're getting closer and closer to our launch date, I think more people are starting to see it on the calendar. I bet if we go look at that over here, we can go into, I think it's just marketing, and see where our impressions come from. So sales page is Next Fest, but you can see personal calendar, I think day by day has been growing. So you can see it down here. I wish I could just hide the total. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's look at like the last month, right? It's really hard to see. I wish this would like expand when I hide elements. But you can see personal calendar. It's there. And this is what? Is this visits? Or yeah, this is visits over time. There's impressions graph, which is a little bit different, right? I guess it's extremely, but I feel like it's now in the coming weeks and stuff, we're probably going to start seeing this increase and increase more. Just because statistically speaking, you know, the closer it is to the first page, the more likely somebody is to actually look at it. But we'll see. I'm curious to see, like, the personal calendar is a very new feature on Steam. So I think it'll be kind of fascinating to see how it, just how it goes, you know. Is it actually useful for developers? Is it going to result in a bunch of more wish lists? I have no idea. Aren't you nervous for the launch day? Oh, definitely. It's launch day is July 17th, so it's coming up, you know. But it is what it is. I think the thing that helps you kind of deal with nervousness, right, of launch, of course, is just doing everything that you can, because then you can look back and be like, you know, no matter what happens at launch day, I put a lot of work into the game and made it to my best ability, right? And that's the thing that matters. I mean, there's always like, it's always easy to tell yourself that you did things wrong. Oh, I mean, in a lot of the times it is really good to reflect on the things that you did wrong and try and improve and stuff. I always do that after every launch. But I find it's best to just kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, it's always difficult. Focus on the things that you did do. Yeah, we'll see. I think it's also like it's hard for me to be worried about it because first off, I I've set myself up to not worry about it, if that makes sense. Like, I've only put in like 6 months on Lured In, right? And so because of that alone, it's not this massive loss of time if the game doesn't do very well. Now, let's say I was working on Lured In for like 2 years or something, then I would be like, this is and it didn't do well or something, then that would be like extremely disappointing. But I haven't spent 2 years. I've spent a fourth of that or whatever. So I think it's fine. And also, like, we're going in with it with a pretty solid wish list count. You know, we're at over 12,000, which is already, and we're not even near release time yet. You know, there's still a couple more weeks. So that alone, I think, is a pretty good, you know, comfort. It doesn't mean that the game's gonna do well. Wish lists are just kind of an indicator, you know, but it's not a, like, guarantee or anything. It doesn't mean anything. There's games that come out that have millions of wish lists and then they get negative reviews and completely die off. And then there's games that launch with like 100 and all of a sudden they get extremely popular and blow up instantly. Even something like this game that came out, you know, Mecha Chameleon or whatever it's called. Mecha, I don't know how to pronounce it. This game didn't like have this crazy massive splash of a launch, but then it just kept, people started making videos and it just exploded all of a sudden, you know? And so I think this is kind of a good example of how, like, sometimes things just start clicking and the right content creator comes along or something and then it completely explodes. So there's really no telling how things go. Because I never heard about this game ever before launch or anything. I don't think it was, I mean, as far as I know, I don't think it had like 1 billion wish lists or anything. I remember just kind of randomly seeing it online one time, I think, and I was just like, yeah, that's kind of cool, I guess. And then everyone's like, well, this seems like this game's gonna have balancing problems. It's not gonna be fun. And people were very dismissive, and then now 7 million copies. Yeah. So they've made like $40 million or something insane like that. It's just wild. So you never know. I think that's why it's you shouldn't worry so much. I mean, it's hard. It's easier said than done, of course, you know? I mean, you spend a long time on these things, even if it's only 6 months, but I feel like it's such a good quality game. Doesn't feel like a game made by someone learning. It's good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I could think a studio made it and saying it's just you. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I mean, this isn't my first game, you know? So I've had experience doing stuff in Godot specifically and just releasing before. One of the big things with this game, I think that's different and that hopefully should be nice, is we're going from nothing to full launch in like 6 or 7 months, right? Which is great. Because like with Lured In, or I mean with Starground, I was still working on it, right? And this is the con of early access is you might make a little bit of money earlier, but then you are shackled and chained to your game until it is complete, right? And that's how I feel with Starground, is like I'm stuck, and that sucks. But I won't feel like that with Lured In, and I think just that alone will probably make me want to work on Lured In more. Funny enough. Did you hear about GTA 6? He'll start a DLC for Silksong, and Rest of Deltarune is now releasing July 17th. Really? That's crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, stuff like that always happens with release dates where it's like, you pick a date like super early, and it's like, okay, this is going to be good, and then massive game release is now on July 17th, and you're like, oh. But I don't really, you know, this is the thing that I think is funny. It doesn't matter. Games, there are certainly big games out there, but when you think about the number of players for one individual game, it is like nothing. There is probably over at least 80% of the entire user base on Steam that just won't care about a lot of those kinds of launches and DLCs and stuff, you know? I mean, like, it's It doesn't matter. You can launch during big games. I don't think it's not really going to impact things as much as people think it will. Because like for me, I haven't played Hollow Knight or Silk Song. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me. And there's probably, 100 million other people that feel the exact same way, right? So you're not really eliminating the market. And also the thing is like, since my game is a completely different genre, it doesn't matter even more. Like if you were, say, launching a game just like Silk Song right when Silk Song launched, that would be more of a concern. But if it's a completely different genre, then it really doesn't matter. Because there's not a ton of overlap. Like, people don't buy games that way. They don't look at a game and think, oh, well, this game's out, so the other one I'm not gonna get and it's bad now. They just think of it as like 2 games, cool. And they just buy both games, There's no like, the game industry doesn't really have such a strong sense of like, what's the word? It's not like something like a cell phone, for example, where it's like nobody goes and buys 2 cell phones. I don't go and buy an iPhone and then think like, oh, an Android, I should get a second phone. Because nobody needs a second phone. Some people do, but they're an extreme outlier. But with games, it's different because it's such like a lower commitment and games offer different things. And so there's not that sense of like, I don't need this other game because I have this one. People will probably just get 2 games. So, let's see. Some of the demo and developer games are really shaky. You get bored in like 2 days usually. Yeah, I've seen some demos for sure out there that are pretty, disappointing before. The thing that always I hate about demos is when they just like completely hit you with like just like a wall where they're like, okay, you played 30 minutes. Thanks for trying out the game. And then the game is unplayable after that point. That's always really frustrating to me because I'm like, why can't I just keep playing? Why do you have to like forcibly stop me from playing? I think it's stupid to do that. So with Lurden, the demo for Lurden, I just like, people can play as long as they want. And I'll just add more content for the full version. Yeah, the Minecraft demo is like that. That's funny. Oh no, Malware Tycoon is also releasing July 17th. No! What even is that? Oh, Malware Tycoon. This one? Oh no. I'm not worried. It's okay. But even, this is the thing too, even though these are, I think, is this an incremental game or not? No, it's not even really an incremental game. It's kind of a whole different genre, so it doesn't even matter. But even if there were more incremental games releasing on July 17th, which odds there probably are because there's like 20 games released every day or something like that, it doesn't matter. Because every incremental game also has a different audience. There's so many people. People don't really think about this. Do you guys realize how many users Steam has? Like, seriously. Steam has an obscene number of accounts. There's 132 million active users, like monthly active people. So every month, there's at least 132 million people that you get to expose yourself to, right? So it's like even 1%. If I could reach 1% of that player base, that's 1 million people with eyes on my game, Like, you only have to aim for a super, super tiny part of those people. So you could honestly, like, niche games, that's why some niche games do so well. Because there's always a player base. If you, like, honestly, just statistically speaking, if there's a kind of game that you like, it's almost a guarantee that there's like 100,000 other people that would also like that kind of game, right? So yeah, it's kind of crazy. So I'm saying, like, if you have an incremental game about fishing, then I'd say yes, but the themes are so different. Yeah, I wouldn't buy an incremental game about insects because I don't like insects. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's the other layer of it too. It's not only just genre, it's also theme on top of it. Like, there's games that are the same genre as other games I like. Also, Goose Speed, thank you for the follow. But it's like, depending on the theme or the setting, that could sway my decision of whether I actually want to get it or not. And so you have like so many layers of specifics about what kind of games people want. That's why it just doesn't matter. Like, it's the gaming industry is not a competitive space. Nobody should, like, maybe if you're like, if it's like Battlefield versus Call of Duty or something, even then those are completely different games with like different styles of gameplay. But unless you're one of the largest game developers of all time, you don't have to care. Like, everybody else then is going to be your friend and is only a good thing for you. There's no such thing as competition, in my opinion. Like, yeah, you can make a better game than somebody else, but it's so hard to even say that one game's objectively better than the other because everybody has a different opinion on what games they like. And every single game, even if they're very similar, always have like differences that completely changes everything. So unless you're literally cloning a game, like trying to make Minecraft 1-to-1 or something, then you're fine. I think it also ties into people worrying about like, yeah, like stealing stuff or like somebody's going to take my game idea. No, doesn't matter. Another Crab's Treasure and Dark Souls are the same genre, but yeah, exactly. I have definitely not the same theme. Yeah, that's a really good example. Like, also, this says I was checking the controller December. I have to wait like 6 more months to get my controller. That's absolutely insane. But yeah, like Another Crab's Treasure is not the same kind of game at all. Like, it is gameplay wise, but theme and setting and vibe and everything, all that extra stuff on top makes it a completely different audience, you know? I don't think hardcore Dark Souls fans are ever going to play this game because it's just not the vibe they're looking for, you know? People like Dark Souls. A lot of people like Dark Souls just because of the universe and the storytelling and all that stuff. The gameplay is kind of just extra for them. And so for those people, this game is just not anything. Like, it's not the right game. So, yeah, it's pretty wild. Anyways, I guess I should like actually do stuff. I have to loop through rarities of both of these things. All right, so what I'm gonna do is this. So we're looping through rarity values. I'm gonna try and get our pot fish is equal to region data. I'll just do this. I think potfish should always exist, actually, now that I think about it. And then I say at index I. So that's going to give me a list of all of those fish. Well, they should always exist, right? I don't think, let me go check how I generate these, because this will make my code a lot easier if it does exist like that, or it's like a drop rates. Because I'm pretty sure what it does is that it always adds in now every single rarity, and it just instantiates it as an empty array. Okay. So then this makes this code extremely easy, because we just check if we have pots, go ahead and say fish IDs dot append array this, right? Pot fish at our index rarity. And then if global.get, or we don't even need to check the other one. Just say fish IDs dot append array region data fish at index I. Now, one thing I do want to do is kind of like multiply these rates by our, yeah, that's going to be a little annoying to do. So I'm going to have to loop through each individual value, unfortunately. It's not a huge deal, but for entry in this. And then I just say fish IDs dot append entry. Okay. I'll say new entry is equal to entry dot duplicate, just to make sure it's distinct. Let's see. Hope you do good in this one. Thank you. I do hope it goes well. Really, honestly, what I'm looking for is a game that can make me enough money so that I can keep making games, you know? That's the truth of it. I mean, obviously I make games because I enjoy doing it, don't get me wrong. But it is, right now, the #1 goal is to make money from it. Just so that I can keep making games, right? So, I don't know. Hopefully we'll get there one day. I think that what's going to make that easier, honestly, is just sort of what I've been doing, where it's just work on more smaller games so I have more opportunities for experimentation. Yeah, I know. I just fixed duplicate. All right, so we got new entry. Now what I'm going to do is say new entry at index 0, and we're going to multiply it times... We have a function for this. It's like get rarity rate, right? And we're just going to say, so that's going to be a percentage, so we're going to divide it by 100, and we're just going to pass in the rarity. And I guess, yeah, I need to get base, which is true by default, so we're going to pass in I. Instead of saying I, because it's just confusing, I'm going to say rarity. And I'm hoping that that'll work. All right. So essentially what we're doing here is we're multiplying their rarities. So like if we add like a rare legendary fish into the list, their weight right now stored in there is going to be like 100. So we need to multiply that by their drop rate, which will be like, you know, so we say like 100 times whatever 0.3, and then it changes their chance of being chosen by the chef. That way you just most of the time get common fish from the chef and don't have to worry about like him asking for these super insane rare fish that you're never going to find, right? So hopefully this code will work now. Let's load it up and try. Now we wait. So let's activate the chef, and it died. That's okay. So, oh, I need to make sure that it's actually a region that has those things in them. Whoopsies. How do I know if it's like when I go through like calculating drop rates? I guess I just, if it has fish. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm just going to say if region data dot has fish, continue. So if there's no fish, it stops what it's doing. Let's try this again. All right, so he spawned. I only have everything unlocked. So he's asking for 2 corridoras. That's a valid trade. Seems fine. Send him in again. See if we get something different. Zebra Pleco, so that's from the jungle, which is valid. And let's go one more time. Freshwater shrimp. Yeah, that's valid. All right, so I think he's working. Is the zebra pleco a rare fish? I honestly don't remember. Let's go find him. Or if we go alphabetical. Nah, he's a common guy, so that makes sense. If I write it while there already is one, nothing really happens. Because there can only ever be one chef at a time. It's like a variable that like swaps between false and true. And so there's no way to ever have more than one chef appear at the same time. I know. It's a little sad. Though one thing I do really want to explore doing is having more NPCs, you know, that can arrive at your store and stuff. Right now we've just got the chef, but I think it'd be cool if like a researcher could show up and stuff like that. I might make a little area or something just for NPCs to line up, like maybe along this wall or something. I don't really know yet. I mean, I guess he's okay there now. Yeah, we'll have to think about that. Okay, but that's been fixed now. So honestly, I feel like we're at a good spot where I think everything is working now in terms of the map and the chef and all of the stuff. If I give myself some more money, we can get the last 2 tanks and see what that looks like. Yeah. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Adagon. Welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today on your stream? Whoa. What is this little guy? Chicken. Emoji. Crazy. Be adding in chickens or something like that. Drawing some Beetleball avatars. Nice, nice. Very cool. Yeah, we've been just working on Lured In today. We've got this whole new like aquarium layout set up finally. So the way it's gonna work is that you're gonna start in this tiny little like reception area up here with 1 tank, and then you can buy expansions for your shop. So it'll like unlock this whole section down here, then unlock this section and stuff like that. And this finally leaves us some room for doing like larger tanks. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. So now we're gonna have like some big tanks that appear in the middle of these rooms. But yeah, let's take a look. Hey, very nice. Oh, like avatars, like are these like Steam avatars that you're setting up, or are these just like avatars in game? Yeah, pretty epic though. In game, okay, nice. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah. Looking good. Yeah, you got the chicken. Very epic. This guy's scary. I don't know who that is. The graffiti's sick, yeah. There's with some other ones drawn by not me, yeah. Let's go. Oh yeah, there's a bunch in here. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, it seems like Beetleball's been doing pretty good, huh? I saw the demo and stuff. Looks like it's got a lot of reviews. So, Beetleball. Yeah, 500. Oh, 50,000 wish list. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Very cool. Yeah, I saw a couple of the videos, I think, of the... Is it like a whole team of people? I saw some YouTube videos, I think, or shorts about it or something. Randomly one time. 8 people. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's cool stuff. Yeah, it'd be crazy making like a... One of these days, I do want to do another multiplayer game, because I think it is cool. and kind of fun. I don't know how like multiplayer like this would probably be a little complicated. Do you guys have like public servers where you like host matches, or is it more like people create their own lobbies and then you just automatically matchmake people into those lobbies? Because one of these days I feel like it'd be fun to have like a game where you can matchmake with people. But what I'd probably do instead of like hosting public servers to do the matchmaking, I'd probably just like make it so if there's no available public lobbies, it just, you know, tells the player, go ahead and make one. And then then people can matchmake into those public lobbies. That'd be the way to do it. Both queues and custom lobbies, both are peer-to-peer currently. Okay. Yeah, it seems like that would probably just be easier than having to deal with public servers and stuff like that, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess you could have queues and stuff. Wonder if there'd be some way to like merge games together. Like if you're in a game that like doesn't have very many people in it or something, it kind of like merges into another lobby that has slots open. Something like that could be kind of interesting. There's probably a lot of ways that you could set networking up like that to make it feel like it's public servers, even though it's not, you know? You could also do like a dynamic like swapping of the host and stuff. If somebody like leaves that's hosting the lobby, you can just change ownership of it to someone else and stuff. Probably a lot of ways to do it. Yeah, one of these days. Something like the multiplayer and Mecha Chameleon would honestly be super easy to do. Because the thing that's funny about this game, right, is that it's all you're synchronizing is just like character positions and paint. Like those are the only things that you have to synchronize in multiplayer, you know? It's so easy. I can definitely see how they made this game in 2 months, you know? Because it's straightforward. And I think a lot of the maps and stuff they have, they already had the assets from other games they did. Because I think there was, yeah, like all these other games, they already had the maps anyways. So it's like, you just kind of slap all the assets together and you've got your maps done. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Penguin Hotel. Is that the map right there? It looks like it. Death Burger. Link Penguins. Yeah. Pretty insane how this game blew up. Anyways, we've been working on... Yeah, I already said we've been working on. I'm just getting things a little cleaned up in here. So, NPC navigation is good. Yeah, we need to start working on like the locking and unlocking of the sections now. Big shop. Yeah, it's much larger now. This is going to be like a lab area. So whenever you unlock the lab, it's going to show all your researchers in here walking around and doing stuff. I think it'll help kind of add another sense of progression where it's like, oh yeah, you can see your lab like upgrade and more people researching for you and stuff. So let's see here. So the way we're probably going to do this is make unlocking each of these sections probably a research. So I think what we're going to do, it's either a research or an upgrade. We're going to have to decide on that. It does make sense as a research to me, because it's like, but I don't know. Also, it's kind of just, it's not like something that needs to be researched. It's just money to spend on expansion, you know? So I don't know if we want to do, it's hard to say. An upgrade? Research. What do you guys think? Should it be an upgrade or a research? There is also an ascension, potentially, although I don't want to lock people behind things too much, so probably not that one. That's funny, if you click out of the menu onto something else, it immediately clicks. So you think research? Okay. Anyone here that thinks it should be upgrade versus research? I need to add a shadow to these aquariums. It's something I've been meaning to do for a while. Shadows really do help make everything look so much better. Let's honestly go do that right now. I think it should be pretty easy. I'll probably just create a big color rect. And just call this guy Shadow. Like the hedgehog. Put him in a layer down below. Yeah, just expand it out a little bit like that. That's all I really need to do. Theoretically, in real life, the shadow would be a little bit more complicated than that because it'll have like a little diagonal going from this corner. I could do that with like a polygon 2D node or whatever it is. I guess we can. Fine, I'll do it the right way, whatever. Alright, we just like do this and then boom. And we do the same thing over here. Delete that node. Put that in there. Shadow. And then now for visibility, set the modulate to be less, like 100 or something. Now I'm got a shadow. Pretty insane, guys. It's broken in here because it hasn't set all the properties. Yeah, I'm really trying to think if this should be research or an upgrade. It's kind of a difficult decision, to be honest. It's like first gut reaction, you're like research, but if you think about it, and I'm also just thinking in terms of gameplay flow, like I don't want to load too many massive progression things into research. It's hard to say. It's a difficult decision. There we go, that looks better. Change the depth of the stop going between walls. I don't know why they do that. It's quite annoying. Oh yeah, I don't know if I can do it, but I think at the base of our stairs there should be a shadow. Oh, that's why I can't do it, because it's like uses the green. Yeah, it's not gonna work. That's fine. We don't need it. Maybe we both some way. What are you thinking for that then, if it was both? I'm gonna edit that shadow a little bit more. I feel like it's just like too big. And maybe, that's okay in there, I think. Yeah, it's better. Just get the shadow around there. Okay, we should be good. What's going on here? Oh, the stairs are... Yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust this. It's a little janky. How it's like a part of the floor. We have to change. I think I might make these stairs, honestly, just a separate sprite. I think it's gonna be easier. Then I could do all the shadows and everything I want to do. Now that I think about it, money also works. Yeah, right. It's tricky. It's like research, yes, like it can work, but research in my mind is more like, I don't know how to describe it. More like technical, you know, it's like technologies and equipment and abilities. Where it's like, okay, now you have a Fishpedia, or you have a weather station to view the weather, or you can travel somewhere, or like feed your fish, or do marketing and donations. It's like, but this like doing like the shop is, the way I view it is like buying like a permit or something, or like an expansion, you know? It's more of like a money-based thing, I feel like. So... yeah, I don't know. In my mind, research is adding new features while money are spent to get more money. Yeah, exactly right. Where like, honestly, when I think about the shop expanding, to me, it's not... It's hard to say, right? I don't know. Because I could see it. Yeah, it's really difficult. It could work as a research, because I'm also thinking about how this is going to tie into like unlocking the new tanks that you can build in here. Because we're probably going to have like a large tank upgrade in the aquarium, so you can buy the large tanks. Maybe you unlock new rooms with money, but get the new features they add, big tanks and something else, or research. Yeah. I feel like that would probably make the most sense. I think so. So what we'd have in here then is an upgrade for shop expansions, and then the two new tanks. So we'll have regular tanks, and then big tank. And then we'll have the shop expansion upgrade. I feel like that makes the most sense in this case. I'm gonna change this frickin' staircase now. I'm tired of it being like baked into the tile set. This is more trouble than it's worth. We're just gonna do a big, enormous sprite. Get rid of the green. Let's show a grid so I can actually line everything up. All right, so we need to push this out, the tile. And paste a bunch more of these around. Then I can also add like wear to the stairs and stuff. I think it'll just be better this way. How many tiles tall is the stairs? Quite a few. Basically until it looks taller than it is wide. So I think it's up to there. Let me select everything, please. Okay. Sort of like that. Alrighty. Can probably crop this a little bit better. You know, something like around there. Crop. Now we're going to call this staircase. Save it as a sprite. Then I can do all our epic shadowing. Alright, so let's go in here. Let me close the game. Okay. It's going to be a little tricky. I'm going to have walls that don't have collision, I guess. Which is fine. I also think it's satisfying to save up money for a big purchase and limiting yourself to spend it on other stuff. It's not the same saving up research. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, because like upgrades is like infinite, so it feels more important, I guess, when you buy a big upgrade. Yeah, I think it'll be nice to have some variety, I think, between the two. More like larger unlocks through regular upgrades, so. I do need to modify our tile set again. I'm going to close some of these random weird tabs that I don't need anymore. Okay, so we don't need the staircase here anymore. But we will need a copy of our wall. That doesn't have collision. Or that maybe does, but we'll figure it out. Alright, so let's fill that in. And then fix the floor. Okay. So now we want to do, let's think here. Let's go ahead and add in our sprite. Where are you? There you are. Let's set the ordering to like -25 or something. And I'm actually going to make it a child of the main zone. Just that when we make that like darker, it'll just go along with it. Call it staircase. Alrighty. So I think they should be able to navigate through those just fine right now. There isn't any like thing blocking it, so like if I rebake this and this one, it should be fine. They won't be able to pass through there. The only thing I guess I'm worried about is that like they clip into the railing. So I might, just to prevent that from happening, have like another thing on the stairs. It's just a static body 2D with 2 collision shapes. And make this guy layer 1. Just to make sure people aren't going to run into these railings. Okay. Stop moving that. Where was I here? All right. So that should hopefully fix that issue now. So if I rebake these, we'll probably see it like change slightly. Oh, well, it's not in the navigation collision thing. It doesn't need to be. I think it'll be fine. All right, so a couple more things I want to do here now. We have way more control over the staircase sprite. And we can add shadows. So let's start doing all that. Put that there. So something I want to do here, a staircase would have like these like shadows for each step going up, right? Excuse me. So you'd see like this here. And then the next step that goes up, it'd be even taller. And I think it'll give a good illusion of the staircase actually going up. So it's like a 3 pixel difference, it looks like. And I have to get it working with the, let's see, size of the staircase. So 1, 2. So the pixel we can go up to is that 1 pixel on the 3rd step. So this guy right here. Dang it. It'll never be the same. I have to delete it. I mean, it could theoretically even have more shadows along here. But it'll be fine. So if I save this, we should see what this does now here. Boom. So it just gives the stairs some more depth. Like they're actually like going up, you know? I think it helps. Cool. So that should be pretty much everything. So now the main area over here, we'll just kind of you know, make it dark. Something that's also gonna have to be figured out here too is the decoration spots, because obviously I don't want people placing down decorations in areas they don't have unlocked. So that's gonna be kind of like complicated to figure out. I guess it doesn't matter where the decoration spots are. I could add them as children underneath each region node, right? Under each like tile set. The only issue then is I think it would inherit their I guess I just turn off Z as relative. So it's not relative to its parent Z index, and that would be fine. It's probably gonna be the play here. I wonder if I should do the same thing with the fish tanks then, honestly. I don't know. Because it's going to be a little funny, like people are going to load in, have stuff in locked areas when they come from an older save. It's not a big deal. But, yeah, because if we launch the game up, we'll see. We can place decorations down in the other areas. Which normally is a good thing. We will eventually, but just before we have it unlocked, it'll kind of cause some problems. Alright, so we can put them in all these spots. So yeah, this is going to greatly increase the number of decoration spots in the game, that's for sure. It's going to be like more than double. I think will be nice. Hey, give me the cheese time. What's up, Season? How's it going? How are you doing? I stream every week? Yes, I do. We stream Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Today is Wednesday, correct? Yeah. And I about to cook dinner here shortly. Let's go. What are you making? What good grub are you cooking up today, Mr. Season Rats? How do you unlock other rooms? It's going to be through an upgrade in here, I think. So it's going to be right in here, like a shop expansion upgrade we're about to add. Still sort of getting it all set up. So let's go draw the icon for that. Well, let's just get started. Like hamburgers and mozzie sticks. Let's freaking go, dude. That sounds awesome. Nice. Yeah, I've been just working on learning. I'll probably kind of like make a little mini version of the shop. So I'm gonna copy some objects here. Here, just so it's easier for me to do. Let's go into a large, big canvas. And then we'll crop out an area that is 30 by 30. Let's see, because then there's... Okay, I need to do even less than that. Opacity. I will kill you, I will destroy you. And then we're going to kind of like replicate the walls and stuff. Something kind of like this. And I'll probably put a big plus in the middle or something, just to indicate that it is an expansion. Okay, smooth out the corners. So we got these to put in. I don't really need to do those here. Maybe add a cafeteria with the chef that generates income. Those are definitely ideas I've thought of. Initially, I wanted to have like a bunch of different rooms. I wanted to do like a food court and all this different stuff, you know? And like, it would be cool, but I decided against all of those ideas, just for the reason that I knew I wasn't going to be able to get them done before launch. So maybe one day, you know, we'll cycle back and explore stuff like that. I'm definitely not opposed. But yeah, it's hard to squeak in the time for all that kind of crazy stuff. I want to leave myself pretty open when it comes to this game, you know, and the future development and stuff. I'm not really making any big promises to anybody because I just really don't know what direction I'm gonna go with everything. Like, how long am I gonna keep working on this game and stuff, you know? It just depends on so many different factors. Depends a lot on how much money the game makes, honestly. Which, you know, it sucks that it does. I don't want it to, but that's just how it goes. I can't work for free, so. Make a DLC 1 after 1.0. I don't know if I'm gonna do any DLC, probably not. I think we're gonna avoid that. Even if like DLC and stuff like that theoretically would make me more money, it's like I have to have some integrity, you know? Alright, I guess this will work okay as the icon. Oops, I copied the wrong. No. Alright. And we will call this icon expansion. PNG. Thank you for the hydrate. Any Mingus in here? What does that even mean? What's up, Ace?
How many Mingus to Scringus the Dingus?
DLC doesn't need to cost anything. Honestly, well, I have to answer this first. How many dingus to Scringus the Dingus? Or, sorry, how many Mingus to Scringus the Dingus? I don't know. I'm not qualified to answer a question like that, unfortunately. Maybe 2? At least. I'm just gonna call it upgrade expansion. Expands your building for more room to build. Category aquarium. Now cost scaling on this is probably going to be wild. It's going to be like 100 or something. Because there's only going to be 2. And the first one is probably going to cost quite a bit. That's something I'm going to have to figure out the pricing and stuff with. So if that multiplies by 100, it should be $100,000 for the next expansion. Which feels about right, because that's around the area where you start getting those final two tanks and stuff. I think that should be good. And then we're also going to need another upgrade in here for large tanks. Call it large tank. Icon, large tank. We have to go draw that now. I don't know what that icon's going to be yet, so I'm just going to make it some random icon. Like this. It's a new large tank to your aquarium. All right. But anyways, with free DLCs, it's one of those things where I always just feel like I might as well just, you know, add it as a free update to the game. That's my preference, honestly. So. Do I know Grandpa High on Retro? I do not. Oh, I think I've seen this around before. Looks insane. Thank you for the cheese times. At least 3? Whoa, that's insane. That's a lot right there, man. I don't know if it's at least 3. Yeah, this game looks crazy, huh? It's like, what's going on? Bacteria. Yeah, it looks pretty wild. Very interesting. Alrighty. Boom, upgrades. Why is that a... Oh, I didn't set the icon. Expansion. Alright. Let's do a cost analysis given the expansion threshold and exponential income generation of time. Statistics. Statistics aren't too bad. Alright, expansion. So the first expansion will cost 1,000. So now let's set up some code to like dynamically set which areas are locked and stuff, right? So I'm probably just gonna have like a, I don't know how I'm gonna store this information. I guess I don't need to store anything. It's just depending on the upgrade level. So I'm just gonna call function refresh expansions. And we'll call that an ready. Right? Just call that at the end. Oh, we don't want to wait a million physics frames though. Let's do that right here. All right, so if global dot get upgrade level, upgrade dot expansion is less than or equal to 0. Elif. Here, I'm just gonna call this bar level. Elif level is greater than 0, so it's 1. Okay. So we'll figure all these out now. Well, I might just do this a better way. So I might just go ahead and say main research and expansion 1. What is that? There's a little pop-up. Drop node path. That's cool that it tells you the different ones. Very cool. See, how did I come up with the idea of having Smulcher in the picture? Yeah, there you go. Share command. Yeah, it technically wasn't really my idea, so. All right, so we're gonna make that color dot gray, or maybe even like a more gray. Dim gray is usually the one that I use. So I need to check all the things. I guess I am gonna have to say if level is greater than 0, do that. Else. Okay, let's just do the things for if they're locked. It's less than 1. How am I going to do this? So if it's less than... I'm just going to have to do this for every single one. Okay, so if it's less than or equal to 1... Yeah, I think that's how that should work. And then I got to check this again for the research room. Research level, and just say that research dim gray. Okay, so hopefully that should now work. I'm also going to connect up a signal to refresh those whenever we buy probably an upgrade. Yeah, I'm going to say global dot upgrade purchase. And does that pass in an ID? It does, good. And I'm just going to have a upgrade ID by default is empty. So we don't have to call it every single time. All right. Now, what we're going to do here is if upgrade ID is not equal to li.upgrade.research and let's just do like that, I guess, or something. I'll have to figure out a better way to do this probably. Then return. Okay, so let's see if this works. I don't have any expansion upgrades, so they should all automatically be grayed out. And then we also tie this into our navigation system. So if there is a region that's locked, we're going to disallow customers from walking in them. So that's sort of the next step here now. And I have research, so that's fine. Okay, so now we go down to navigation. Get random navigation point, right? Instead of just picking any of those, I'm probably going to get rid of this navigation regions list. It's awesome. Yeah, thank you, thank you. It's coming along. So I'll call this var regions, be an empty list. All right, so by default, regions will always have our first one, which is reception. And then if level greater than or equal to 1, we say regions.push back. Regions reception main. And if the level is at least 2, then we push back expansion 1. So that should hopefully work. They're only going to be able to navigate in the regions we have unlocked, theoretically speaking. So let's see what happens. Get RID and tile map layer. Oh, I did the wrong. Oops. I'm going to do navigation reception, navigation main, and navigation expansion 1. Notice how I call it expansion 1. Just in case we add more expansions in the future. You never know, guys. Okay. So that's looking good. Everybody's like up in the reception area and these regions are locked and you're not allowed to go in there. And then as soon as I buy one of these expansion upgrades, we should see that there. So it did not go for some reason, even though I'm pretty sure I connected up the signal. Oh, but that's the problem. So I do need to actually check. Okay. I need to have code for these to become unlocked as well. That would probably help. Let's do the same thing down here then. I might have like a bunch of like dust particles or something happen when they become unlocked, and it just does like a little building thing, you know? Like a little building construction sound. Just because it's cool. So let's see if this works now. Yeah, so now we have this section unlocked, and then this will remain locked until we buy it. Okay, so let's do set upgrade, li upgrade, expansion back to 0, and set upgrade, li upgrade, research back to 0. I just want to watch both of those things happen, right? So this is how we start out. We just have the little reception area up here. You have your first tank. And then you go ahead and buy research. The lab opens up. And then you buy an expansion. This opens up. And then the other expansion. There we go. So I might have to add in like support for how do I put it? Like, I don't know. We'll figure it all out. Have I considered adding a goblin? No, wait. Yeah, I saw it coming a mile away. Well, I'm cooked. I lost, guys. Jeez. Or what is it? It's, what's the command to check your remaining cheese time? I'm trying to remember. Do we have a help command? We should make a help command. Oh, it's cheese cooldown. One, but at what cost? Yeah. I'm gonna make a help command. Because it's kind of nice to get a little refresher when we forget. Cheese primed and ready. Why did it happen twice? Oh, it's because I just added the new. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I really wish that I could do like a list of things, you know? Unfortunately, it doesn't really work. Format from username. Oh yeah, we don't need to do any of that. So many commands. So what are all the commands we have? What is command games? Oh yeah, I forgot we added that. Yes, he does not do formatting very well at all, unfortunately. I wish you could do new lines in Twitch chat. Can I embed links in Twitch chat? It probably doesn't let me. That's just embedding chat. Nope, this would allow for abuse. Okay, we can't. Yeah, new lines would be quite nice. Oh well. I guess we'll never get it. Alright, well now we have a list of all the commands. If you run help. Hold on, let me actually load up the overlay though. Hold on. Alright, run help, guys. Yeah. And honestly, I could probably get it set up so instead of like announcing it in chat for everybody, it just whispers it to you. I think there's a way to... The links are broken on the games one. They seem to work for me. Oh, what? Oh wait, no, that's fine, yeah. Start round. Oh, they're just all combined in like one thing. Hold on, we're gonna do this a little bit better. We're gonna add a space between, because I didn't realize that you couldn't do new lines before. I'm just gonna say jams here. That should be formatted a little bit better now. If you want to run that up. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, I just forgot to add spaces. I wonder if I should like remove the dashes or something. Yeah, I really wish they would let you do like I mean, okay, one option is that we just send all of the games in 4 messages, you know what I mean? Theoretically that would work. Should we just try that? Let's mess around. Can we get a short one like C down? Yeah, we could add a variant if we want. Yeah, I guess this will work. I'll probably make it so none of this is visible to you or to everyone else, just so it's not so annoying, you know? I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll try it. All right, guys, give that a try. The games command. I mean, it does work. I don't know how we feel about it all being separate messages, though. What other options do I have here? Twitch service. So there's chat, announcement. I thought there was a way that I could, like, whisper to somebody or something. Wrong order. Oh yeah, it did it completely out of order. That's really odd, actually. It's probably because it's an asynchronous call, so there's no way for me to, like, keep it in order. What are the functions we have in here? Get user. Yes, send message is one option here. Send announcement. I don't know what send is versus the regular one. Then there's whisper. What does a whisper do? Hold on, let's look up some things. Twitch whisper versus message. So whispers. See, I don't know. There's message and whisper. Well, should we just experiment and see what happens? Let's just try it. Let's go set it up. So I'm just going to hide those for a minute. So we're going to say Twitch service dot send. Huh? Oh, I had to do like that. There we go. So message. See, I don't know what all these things are. Reply parent. Message ID. Apparently it's just null, so... I don't know what this is gonna do. This might crash the overlay. Are we not connected to YouTube right now on StreamerBot? God dang it. How long have I been unconnected? I've probably been getting all sorts of YouTube messages. YouTube's API frickin' sucks, guys. Okay, is it gonna log in? God dang it. Okay, so message is just sending a chat message. That's odd. Why is it not connecting to YouTube? Is there something wrong with my YouTube or something? Is it because I'm not logged into my... I am. Oh, there's probably so many, like, YouTube chats I just didn't see now. Oh my god. This is so frustrating. I didn't even realize it wasn't working until it's too late. Let's just forget this account for a minute. Try again. Continue. Is it working now? Shows that it is. Well, I apologize to all the chats I missed, guys. If I ever had screen tearing issues with Lured In. Never had screen tearing issues. Usurp Beyond. And David Huffman was in here. Rah! This is a little frustrating. Well, chat should be working again now. Yeah, that's really dumb. Okay, so send message. Maybe if I send this to a specific person, do you guys see the hello message being sent in chat right now? Or is it not showing up for anyone else? You do? Okay. And then there's twitch.whisper. Oh, Alexa, fan on. So this one's a lot more straightforward, just to user ID. It doesn't give us all the info, so we're gonna have to say like Twitch service or something .get or Twitch API get user, and then we say from username. Var data, and is this like gonna wait? Okay. Oh, did I just say equals await? There we go. So we can get that data, and then I'm gonna say hello and whisper it to data.id. There's a get user ID one. Yeah, but I only have the username being passed in here, so unless this does print out or pass in the... Let's see. Let's print out info. A user cannot whisper themselves. So did you get a whisper, Woolbed? Alright, so whisper does work. But yeah, it's not really what I want here. Why is it not printing out info? Or that's just command info. Oh. Do we want to print out args? No, args is empty. So yeah, it's fine. We'll just do it this way. So I want to try sending a message again. I don't know what this like reply parent message ID thing is, but then I can pass in the broadcaster ID and the sender. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's what we're supposed to do here. Just pass in nothing. And then can I just say like Twitch dot get broadcaster? Twitch API. I don't know what my broadcaster ID is. What is my ID? Does anyone know? I think it's that. 10063833127. But it's like passing in like a Twitch user. There's no such thing as message. Yeah, I wish I knew how to do this properly. I don't want to spend a million years doing this right now, but let's go see if there's anything in the documentation. Docs. Okay, chat. Sender user. Okay, so you don't have to keep that filled. I want to see if there's a way I can send a message to someone without it showing up for everyone else, right? Send private message. I don't want to whisper. It's for one user. Yeah, I might not be able to. I know whispering is a private message, but I don't mean like necessarily private. I mean like just only visible to some users. Twitch message. Send message visible for one user. Let's see if anyone on Reddit knows. That's not possible. All right. Well, whatever. I guess we'll just have what we had before. That's fine. It's a little annoying. Yeah, Twitch chat is ancient, I know. This track's banging, yeah. Just trying to think if there's a better way I could like format these. I might just get rid of the dashes. Then maybe put like a line at the end like this or something to separate the sections. We'll try that and stuff. Colons, oh, just like a comma? Like, what do you mean like? Try this. I mean, I can. I just need to make it obvious that they're like separate from each other. I mean, we could do something like this. Let's see how that looks when we format it. It's not ideal. It's just the Twitch chat does not give you a whole lot of control over formatting, you know? I don't like how it looks with the colons. It's too much. I think we'll get rid of this. And for deadlift, I'll just put parentheses. Yeah, it's good enough. Whatever. It's the best that we can do. Alright, guys. A little silly. Yeah, I wish Twitch would redo their chat stuff a bit, honestly. So that you could do, like, cool stuff. I would love to be able to, like, put new lines and things into the messages. But... oh, yeah, the jam one doesn't need one. You right. Alright, that should be fixed. Anyways. That's annoying. So what were you even doing? Okay, we fixed the YouTube chat. That's so annoying that I didn't see all those chats. It's frustrating because all those people probably thought I just ignored them, you know? It's like, ah, man. Yeah, it's frustrating. Oh well. Is the new Godot version epic? It is pretty cool. Something that's really fun that's gonna be so nice for shaders is we can do the previews now. So like if we go to one of these shaders that we've done before, like I don't know, grass or something, I can just click, there's like a little eye icon over here, and now I can just see, what it looks like before, like out just right in here. It's so nice. So I can see what these things are actually doing, you know? And it doesn't really make sense on all of these. Like this one, it doesn't really work just because it's not the same thing. But a lot of these I can just click the little thing and see what's going on. Like, what's one that would make sense here? Like this now, I can finally see like what this like noise is doing and stuff, right? So like down here when I'm setting the color, I think I can... Well, it might not work if you have uniforms coming in for some of this stuff. So that would be the only thing, I think. Like you can see this shine effect here, like what these things are actually doing, you know? So it'll be really nice. It's not super obvious on every single one what's happening, but that's fine. You're gonna head to sleep now. We'll see you guys next stream. Sounds good. Thank you, Woolbed, for coming into the stream. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. So I think it's one of those things where it's not like a billion super flashy things, but just slowly as I use it more, I think I'll start to appreciate all of it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I see that Blender add-on. Oh yeah. I was looking at that. Seems pretty sick. Yeah, this is for layer-based painting, which is really nice. Yeah, that's one thing that's like annoying about Blender is just their whole texture painting system is a little not good. But this seems really nice. Because yeah, being able to do layers is like one of the biggest things, you know, I feel like I miss from their texture painting. Yeah, because you can set up stuff there. So much better. Yeah, if I could like go to the monkey video. If I could get Blender set up with like a really good like texture painting thing, that would be very nice. Yeah, this is crazy. So it also adds in layers for sculpting too, it looks like, which is wild. Yeah, you could do some crazy stuff with that. So yeah, you can go on a layer and apply the sculpt that you did onto a layer. And can you like keyframe that stuff too? Because that's kind of sick. Yeah. It's a node. Yeah. Oh, so it's like in here. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah. I'll have to mess with this. Seems kind of awesome. Makes a node group in the shader editor. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, decal support. Seems pretty neat. Yeah, I'll have to try this out. Get a free inside Blender. Oh yeah, because they have like the whole thing in there. Yeah, that's really cool. I need to look at more of these plugins and stuff for Blender because there's so many. Yeah, there's a big one. Modern primitive. No, I think that'd be useful, wouldn't it? Oh, I can check for stuff like that. Oh my god. You can hollow objects and stuff. I'm gonna need this. There's so much stuff in here. I wonder if I just look up texture, like there's like a substance texture importer, texture mixer. This is one thing that I really wish I was able to do easier, right? Is like mix textures on top of each other. Because that's kind of like what you need to do to texture paint, right? Where you've got like, I mean, maybe there is a way to do that. I don't think there is though. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's basically the same thing as this, isn't it? Because it lets you do, and these don't have to be sculpting, right? This can also just be textures, right? Yeah, because they're layering these on top. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll have to mess with this. Honestly, I would prefer to just do my texture painting straight in Blender. You know, because some people like having a bunch of different programs for stuff, but I don't, you know, I'm gonna be real. Also, yeah, you can paint normals, which is super awesome. I like having one program that does all the stuff in one thing, so I can like make all of my things and then export it and it's done. I think it's really annoying to have to like have like a pipeline where it's like, okay, I make the model in Blender, then I gotta go import it in this another thing, and then import again. Because all of those like points between are just chances to slow things down, you know? It's annoying. You can bake the textures, I'm pretty sure. Let's go, yeah. Does seem really cool. Yeah, because I mean, you can just bake, you can just do normal texture baking inside of Blender. I've done that plenty of times before when I was doing like deadlift stuff, or not deadlift stuff, bounding main stuff. So it's pretty straightforward, honestly, to do that. There's one thing I wanted to do in here. I think I'm gonna do this. Now it might look strange, but trust me. Kind of adds like a little indent for the doorway there. And I think I need to move these out so I can draw these in a better location. I think I'm gonna have Greta, stop pasting nothing. I'm gonna have like top and bottom segments so I can shape it better. It's been a little frustrating trying to do that. So let's save that. I'm gonna have to replace these now. Let's go back into anywhere, doesn't matter. I remember it being weird to set up, but I was probably just doing it wrong. It is a little odd, honestly. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. Essentially, you just kind of like, oops, that's not what I want to do. You have to set up like an image inside of a material, and then you go into like the rendering tab, and there's a section for baking to that empty image texture. It's kind of weird that you have to do it that way. I wish it was easier, but you know, it's not the worst thing ever. I still prefer it over having to open up another program and do all that business, so. I don't know, like if I want to round this section, I might sort of do something like this. Oh, that would actually be 50% transparency. like that, I think. All right, then I gotta replace them here. So I gotta paint it onto the right areas. Boom. Boom. Oh yeah, I gotta set the depth up properly. Ah. Expansion 1. All right, let's go back into here. Tile set, paint, depth. Wish there's a way I could copy. Oh. Okay. I guess I figured it out. Move that. That other door cover is good. Cool. So this should work. Yeah, I think it just looks better that way. This texture painting, the new Godot version. Well, sort of. It's like a... It's not like texture painting like you go through and like... It's like runtime texture painting, so... It is really cool. It's going to allow for people to do like dynamic texture creation stuff in games, you know? I was even thinking about like, wouldn't it be wild if you could just like draw, like update textures of assets live, you know? But yeah, basically this is like, it's a new node type, a drawable texture 2D. So you can draw onto this canvas super easily. There was ways to do this before, you know, and people have, it's not really that complicated to set up, but it just kind of abstracts some of that and makes it easier. So you don't have to do like any complicated like input checking and stuff. You kind of just, I think you just like pass in a texture that you draw onto it or something. It seems very easy. So you just set up like the resolution and the format and stuff of your texture. And then you just do blit rect, I think. I'm pretty sure that's it. And it'll just automatically... I'm not sure which... I'm not like 100% sure how to use it, but it seems pretty easy to me. Process calculator result pixel by pixel. Okay, that's how it works, yeah. And to make Magic a Million do, yeah. Can't wait. It would actually make it so easy to make a game like that. Like, it'd be nothing. So. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think it'll be fun to mess with, for sure. I just, I need to, like, screw around with it a little bit more and understand how it works exactly. Want to play with the boys sometime? I bought it already, so I am down to play if you want. It's pretty fun. I feel like it would be one of those things where it'd be like super fun to do in just like a private lobby with a bunch of people, you know? Because there are like public lobbies and stuff that you play with other people. It'd be fine. The public lobbies aren't too bad, but it's kind of like you just get a lot of people in those lobbies that are just sort of like cheesing the game a bit, and it's a little annoying. Like getting like 10 people together in like a big lobby would actually be really fun, I feel like. So they recently added in some new stuff which looks really fun. There's like a square guy you can be now, which is great, because some maps it's really hard to blend in because it's like very like yeah, the new character Cube. So that's really cool. Firing delay is increased. A relatively large new feature will come around Friday. I'm excited to see what they add. They also added in a new map Osaka, which is really cool, and 11 new poses. It's very nice to see they're like actually updating it really fast and adding cool stuff. So I'm excited to see what they do. It is a fun game. I do feel like sometimes the UI feels very janky to navigate and use, but you know, it's not too bad. It's doable. But yeah, you can just like blend in with stuff. It's so funny how tiny the hiders are. You look at stuff and you're like, it almost feels like they're just normal full-size guys. But they're like tiny, they're like little tiny guys. You know, like that. The hunters, like you're just like a little guy running around. Which makes sense, obviously you don't. That's a terrible hiding spot. Meat. But yeah. I'd definitely be down to play it. It's pretty fun. And the great thing too is there's custom maps. There's like workshop support, so... Why are these guys walking through the walls, dude? What is going on? This guy doesn't care either. He's just... They're just not paying attention. They're not doing what they're supposed to. I might have just come to a realization. I don't think it's true. Let me check something, though. We have the path check node. It could be that our maximum results are too low, and so it just doesn't detect all of the objects. Also, if I increase this distance, okay, it does dynamically generate more of those. I am curious to see if that corrects it. Let's see what happens. And since this is just a single frame event, I don't think it'll cause too much of a performance impact. I kind of just want to go ahead and speed up the game. I don't know if speeding up the game is going to cause more issues with the physics to happen. It could, so I don't know. This guy almost looks like me. Just a little bit different. Yeah, theoretically, eventually someone will look the exact same. Okay, they're still going through the walls, so that didn't really do anything. It's so annoying. I don't know how to fix that. Why they keep doing that. Because, like, if we go into the... Maybe I accidentally messed up some stuff. A collision is set to 1 on that, right? And then if we go into these nodes, or into this tile map, we can paint our physics layer onto them, right? So you can see these physics are painted onto all these. I'm going to delete that node, or that tile. So there shouldn't be any way for these guys to cross over these pieces, because they're going to collide with the collider, and then they're going to be like, oh, I'm not supposed to go that way. Yeah, I know, this sounds... Me when I'm a ghost, yeah. I really don't know why they keep doing it. It's frustrating. I'm like, stop. Oh, did I mess something up here? I shouldn't really have anything on it anymore. Get rid of all that. Gonna delete more tiles here too. Should never really have blank tiles like these. It's kind of jank. So I can make sure there's not tiles in places they're not supposed to be. Don't really need these either anymore. Okay. Are they rigid bodies? I mean, they're just like static colliders, so I wonder if it's like something weird maybe where... I don't think it is. It should be pretty accurate. If I go ahead and do like, in debug, I can say visible collision shapes. With remote debug. I don't think I need that. So let's try it out. I don't know what the frick is going on. So you can see what they're doing, right? You can see all their raycasts and stuff. Or they shoot a raycast out and they check if they can go in a particular direction. It's like here, these raycasts should be colliding with these walls here. You can see all of the collisions, the collision shapes along here, right? So I really don't know why they're able to face through the walls and stuff all the time. Yeah, I don't know. And these should turn red if they collide with something, so like... And none of these are. I'm not seeing anybody phase yet. Oh, they phased. And their raycast just didn't care. They just, like, didn't check. It just went through, and it's fine somehow. Am I doing something wrong in the code where I check it? Because I call it is colliding. Turns whether any object is intersecting with the shape's vector. So that should be fine. And I force a shapecast update. Maybe I need to set the target, then wait a frame, then force a shapecast update. I don't know anymore. We could try that though. Basically just like the shapecast aren't working or something. Yeah, it's just confusing. Also, I feel like we don't need as much spacing here on these shapecasts. Can I, like, lower their resolution or whatever? Because there's quite a few. There's margin. That doesn't seem to do anything. I guess that's not a thing. Alright, that's fine. What is this? Can't add child. VBox container already has a parent. That's odd. I don't know where that error is coming from. Let's just wait and see what they do, I guess. I mean, nobody's phased yet. So maybe it's fine now? Also, Ben Newman, welcome in. Are they checking the same collision layer? They should be. The path checks are on layer 1. And all the tile maps and stuff, all the navigation colliders, they're on layer 1 also. So, it should be fine. You can kind of see like how they operate, you know? Like most of them are just like chilling, not doing anything. And then the second that they want to like move, they do this like little scan where they like look around for they try and pick a point that they can travel to, you know? I mean, it's good because it performs well. Obviously, we always could go the route of like doing a fancy like A-star algorithm for pathfinding, but I think having this many navigation agents, that would quickly become very bad for performance. Also assuming that the raycasts are enabled in code as they're disabled in the inspector. Yeah, what I do instead of if I had these on just set to enabled, they would just be sitting there every single frame checking for more and more collisions, which is very bad for performance. So instead what I'm doing with that is I just forcibly cause a shapecast update whenever I need to actually check. So it's so much more performant because it means we're only like running like one check every like, you know, every few seconds, Whereas if I had it just on enabled, it would be like 60 checks every second. So it's way, way, way better for performance. It's laggy because I got like all the visible collision shapes on, but let's turn those off now. I mean, it seemed like it was fine as far as I can tell, so maybe it's okay. But I don't know. It's hard to tell. Now we're back to better FPS. The FPS is like ever so slightly slower ever since we got the new shop layout and stuff. I do wonder if there's anything in here that would specifically be causing that. The currency panel still is kind of like not great performance. It's tricky because like I want it to update frequently, but might have to set a limit on how fast it updates. I don't know why it's so slow. I think it's just because the way rich text labels update and stuff like that. Also, this one is extremely slow for some reason. Shop stats, like these over here, they're updating every couple seconds or something, every like 0.2 seconds, and that's causing a little bit of a spike. So that's interesting. I may not be able to see the raycast go red if they're only checked every few frames. Yeah, I think that's probably what's going on there. I don't think you're able to see that. I think it's something that Godot only calculates if it's just set to enabled mode. So. But what else do we have in here? Decoration spots. The process events on those might start to become a little bit of a problem. I mean, we look at these and like everything is less than 1 millisecond, so it's practically nothing. There's really no visual performance issues whatsoever or anything. There's like a tiny, tiny little bit on render viewport just because we have some lighting stuff set up. But I bet we could probably even knock that down to be even faster, honestly. I think it would be possible for us to remove the lighting system that we have here. It's convenient for sure, but we could replace it with our own like custom shader solution using screen space shaders probably. Optimize more. I want to run this on my fridge. It's probably already fast enough. For the shop stats, I would use a signal to update them instead of every period of time. I would, but it's just extremely complicated to do that. Because there's so many different things that can change what these numbers are. But I think what I might try and... I mean, yeah, you probably will definitely use a signal for these instead. Because we've got like all these different stats that need to update. Customer count, amount of money, all this stuff. I am calculating what our passive income is every frame, right? And so maybe like that's something that we could do. Whatever it is. Or passive research and passive income, right? We're calculating that each time. So I don't know. We could probably make all this a lot easier to calculate. Use an auto-let signal that can be called anywhere, and it's connected to my stats UI, so anywhere in the code can update the UI. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a good performant way to do it. It's just annoying to have to add all the signal calls everywhere, right? But I think what I could probably do is, since there's only a couple things that actually get updated in that currency panel there, I could probably just connect those variables being changed to a signal, right? So I could check something here where it's like, I calculate the stuff, and then if it's different, then I update it, right? Wherever I do that in here. So I'm saying passive income right here. If I set it to 0, I could calculate pre-calculate the passive income and check if it's actually different from my total passive income. And then if it is different, then I emit the signal, you know? Otherwise, just don't even bother setting it because there's no reason to. So I'll probably do something like that. Yeah, because there I can't really do it. Because I add all of those up. I guess what I could do is just create a temporary variable, then set it equal to that. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do, is just use a setter for the variable itself. It's going to be a lot easier. I mean, we could just do it really quick. Try it, you know. Var total is equal to 0. And we say total plus that. Right. And then we say passive income is equal to total. We do all these things. Passive research. Then customer count. That's another one that'll need to be connected up. So then I could have a signal in here that's like signal. And what is specifically? It's the currency panel. Or no, it's not the currency panel. It's these spikes. It's every like 3 milliseconds update inside of shop stats. So I could just say shop stats changed. And then if I go into my currency panel, it's not the currency panel, we'll have to make that one better one day too. Shop stats right here. Then we have update, which just happens on a timer here. But now instead what we can do is just say global dot shop stats change dot connect to update. And then get rid of those. That should be doable. All right, so there's going to be a couple things that we need to set. So first off, so we know if some of these things change, then other things have to change too. So like if total passive income, the only way for that to change is if customer count, I guess there's a lot of other things that can go into that. So I'll go ahead and just set that to and customer count. So we'll say if value is not equal to customer count, go ahead and say customer count is equal to value and say shop stats change.emit. And we will do that. And here we do passive income and total passive income. That should be pretty much it. There's still a couple more that we have to do with research and stuff. I don't know why it's complaining. Oh. So let's see. Total passive income, just basically for every variable on that list. So we have our customers, our passive income per customer, our total passive income, and our research per minute. I think those are the only things that we actually change or set there. So I can just see if they've actually been changed. I just hope that it actually stays updated. Because if those values are ever off, it's kind of really problematic. So like this is sort of a problem. I'm gonna have to make it call update initially. So I'll have to say call update down here. And then per customer, passive income, and then passive research is the other value we need to change. I'm gonna move this up to where the other variables are. Right here. All right, so theoretically, this should work. See what happens. Let's go try it out. I'm not really super worried about these performance things. I mean, like, it does run super blazing fast, so it's not a big deal. But it should be slightly faster now. So yeah, those spikes are now gone. If we go ahead and like buy an upgrade or something, we should see it immediately unlock. So if I buy merchandise, yeah, it immediately increments. And if I like place down a fish or something in here, we should also see that immediately change. Or if I like clean the tank or anything, all these should work. I wasn't paying attention to change. Yeah, I did. Okay, so I think that'll work, because I mean, like, these are the values. So I don't have to worry about all the other things that contribute to those values, you know? I don't have to worry about if it's cleaning a tank or doing any of that other garbage, because the only thing that I care about or that matters is whether these numbers have changed or not, right? And we can do the same thing like when we buy a researcher, that should update just fine. And also the number of customers should also update. It's looking pretty good. So I think we're good to go. Then the other thing that would help performance a little bit, you can see it didn't really make any impact. That's because it doesn't happen very frequently, but it is this process event, the currency panel. It's interesting that the customers are still phasing, aren't they? God dang it. I really don't know why they phase through the walls. It's pretty frustrating. Must be something with the raycast or something just failing. See, like, look at that. What are you doing? The raycast just must be ignoring the collisions somehow. I don't know why. So yeah, currency panel is 0.29 milliseconds. I feel like there's probably a way that we could optimize this more, because what I'm doing is I'm just saying plus equals instead of appending text. And I think appending is better, as far as I remember. The money label is a type of label. I don't think it's a label. It's a rich text label, yeah. So I want to say, I'm pretty sure, like, clear doesn't do what you think. Clear just deletes the, yeah, does not affect the text. Setting text to an empty string. So we do want to say .text is equal an empty string every frame. And then on these, instead of saying text plus equals, I think we want to just say append text. Because I remember there's something weird about rich text labels where, like, if you don't call that, then it tends to be laggy. So I don't think it's necessary. it's really not, but we'll just do it really quick and be done with it. It only takes us a couple minutes, you know? But this will be something I am going to pay close attention to, is performance, because if we do a mobile version eventually, I need to make sure that it's going to run well on mobile devices, right? So it's not just completely wasted effort. Like, there is a valid reason. So I don't know if that actually improved anything, but we'll find out. That definitely did. So now when we look in here, yeah, it's just gone. It's not even anything anymore. So yeah, each little thing like that helps, I think. Cool. There's still some process time that we'll have to figure out. I'm not 100% sure which parts are causing process time, because I'm not really seeing a bunch in the scripts anymore. So the code itself is pretty optimized. It could be something to do with the visual rendering, but that's only 1 millisecond for that there, so like, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's the visual stuff. So then what would it be? It's probably not audio. Memory is nothing, 200 megabytes. There's no orphaned nodes. Yeah, right, like I don't know precisely what is what else could even cause performance issues. I guess like particles maybe. But that would be pretty odd if those CPU particles were that slow. And there's not really that many particles happening right here. I mean, I can go into the aquarium and turn it off. I really don't think that that's the culprit, though. See, wherever the particles are. Right there. And just go boop. They're gone. Yeah, I mean, basically no discernible difference. The audio thread is super minimal. So we still have 4 milliseconds coming from process time. Interestingly, like 0 milliseconds from our raycasts for our NPCs. Well, sometimes it peaks up to like 0.5. That's nothing. So yeah, I just don't know exactly what else is doing it. I can't seem to figure it out. But somewhere. Maybe it's just the number of nodes that we have, like these animated sprite nodes are causing performance problems. Because I wonder what would happen if we said set upgrade, li, upgrade, advertising to 0. And then go back into our aquarium. I mean, it's definitely way faster, of course. So that leaves us at like 300 FPS. So I'm thinking that any performance issues we're having with that just comes down to the animated nodes doing all their animations, you know? It's the only other thing I can think of at this point. But again, I'm not worried. It's kind of nothing. Like, 300 FPS is pretty freaking good, so I think we'll be okay. So I'm not worried. Yeah, maybe one day we'll try and optimize things more, but it doesn't matter right now. We do get really good performance in the fishing regions. Like this one, I'm getting like 550 FPS. The jungle, pretty much about the same, a little bit less, probably just because there's more sprites and stuff going on here, but ultra minimal. I do wonder what the most laggy thing is. Just the region process itself. It's like nothing. It's been so incredibly easy to optimize this game. It's kind of insane. Because it's just there's not much to optimize, and also since it's single player, it makes it so much easier to make everything work. It's kind of insane. The difference is enormous. Multiplayer is so hard to optimize. Okay. So what else do we need to tackle? I'm gonna kind of ignore the NPCs walking through walls right now. I still don't know exactly what's causing it. It's probably something to do with their raycast. I'm assuming it's like too... I don't know. It's just not detecting objects that it's colliding with for some reason, you know? Yeah, it's a feature. It's fine. We got ghost guys. It's intentional. I think there was somebody dropped some stuff on the server, like a little write-up. That again. Oh yeah, this whole like bug report thing here. So some good feedback stuff. apparently this is a thing. We can work on fixing that. If you have the line in the water and you open any of the menus, you close the UI and also reel back the line. Okay. Wall overlap outside of the shop. The outside of the NPC. Delete and move items. That's funny. That overlaps that. We'll fix that. If you open either the Ascension or Research UIs and select any of the upgrades, it will now be impossible to close either UI by clicking outside. Really? Oh, that's really interesting. I'll have to test that out. Keep net animation. Play over other UIs. Okay. And infinite money exploit. I'm not super worried about that one. It's kind of like, that's okay. But change language. Oh, like the formatting. But yeah, it's all good things that they've noted. So yeah, apparently you can't click out of a menu when you're inside, or when you click on a node inside of an Ascension or Research menu, which is extremely strange. I don't know why that would happen. I'm trying to think. The only thing I can think of is that if that node's receiving focus, then it's not receiving... Oh, that's what they're talking about. It's just because there's a V-box over here that displays this UI, and so they're clicking here and they're not able to click out of the box. So I can fix that. I just need to make it where the only thing that actually captures input is this object. I do need to be good about my change log. Added shop expansions. Completely reworked. It's not the shop. Aquarium expansions. Aquarium to include multiple sections, stairs, and space decorations. Many new decoration spots. Added the lab as a visual building to the right. Okay. Hey, welcome into the stream. How's it going? So let's fix that bug super, super quick. If we go into like the research menu or something, it should just be a little node off here to the right. Yeah, so all we have to do here, I think, is make this VBox container. We just say mouse on this and say ignore. And I think that's all we need to do, because this should still capture input. And then we just do the same thing over here. I do need to make sure that it actually does work, because if it doesn't, it's going to break the game. Looks good there. And I can still click on the thing. So yeah, that seems to work. All right. Then let's say fix an issue where you were unable to click out of the UI inside of the Research and Ascension menus on the right when a node is selected. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we need to figure out what the large tank is going to look like. That's kind of one of the next big things for sure. Let's close that now. So this is sort of what I was like drawing up a little bit before. I don't know how I feel about this design and stuff, because this is pretty tall. This is like a lot of tiles. What I might do, I think it might make it just feel a little bit more to scale. Let's just drop this by one more tile. I just feel like it's like too tall. Sort of more like that. I think feels better. I do need to look at more images of like a large fish tank. Like, I'm not talking little guys, like big fish tanks like this, you know? A lot of them are like recessed into walls and stuff, but there's also like these, which is basically what we have here, where it's just like a big standing fish tank. So I think this design will work. I'll probably give it like a frame on the bottom and the top. Paima. It's not Air Paima, but it's related. Right? Like something like this makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna round it a little bit more. Oops. Just kind of fill that in for a second. I want it to be pretty curvy. I feel like that should be a little bit better. Something along those lines. And I'll probably just copy this and paste on the other corners. Just be easier that way. Oops, that one goes one more. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Oh, hold on, let me delete the corner. I really wish Krita would actually stop pasting white everywhere randomly sometimes. I don't know why it does it. Really frustrating though, and I'm just like, why? All right, then we're gonna add a border on the bottom and the top. I think borders should help things look a little more, I don't know, real. There still are kind of a lot of unknowns with this tank that we have to figure out. Stuff like what's the interior going to look like and things like that. I'm probably just going to kind of ignore that aspect of it and just be like, it's the same as the others. Just, it's big though. Pretend that it's big. Because it's honestly really hard for me to not do that. I'd have to like completely redesign the whole center area and stuff. And it's just like way too much work. So we'll have like a little bit of a rim around here. Okay. Bring it over. Four. Okay, and then now we're gonna do the little like inset stuff. Now how tall do we want this to be? Not super tall, it should still be like pretty much at floor level. So maybe like sort of just like half a tile would be fine. And then here it's like that. Wait, is that right? I think so. So I'll just kind of connect it and make it look better. Something like that. Oh, actually around this edge, it's going to be like double thickness because you're going to see the top of the ridge. Okay. Here, what's the distance here so I can do this right? 8 pixels. So it should be 8 there. Then 3 down, 2 down. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah, let's fill all this stuff in. Oops. Hopefully these are like not way too big, because we still have to fit them inside of the building. I am probably going to go ahead and just grab this and take it out and like put it in its own sprite really quick. And I just want to see size-wise where we're kind of, where we're at. Call it large tank. PNG. Ooh. Okay. And I'm probably just going to kind of copy the regular tank object, fish tank, and it'll be a similar thing here. Instead of making a whole new script that does almost the same thing, it'll just be easier to reuse the same one. Because we have tank ID, we're gonna need a new thing that's like export var tank type, right? And it's either normal or big. And we'll have enum. I guess let's do that up in global. Tank types, normal, big. Tank types, global dot tank types. Okay. So now we can define that on all of these different tanks. And that'll change how we decide like what, you know, data and stuff we're accessing in here. It's a little complicated. Would be easier if I just gave these tanks IDs, honestly. Or like if I was just like, this is tank ID 7 and 8, you know? Actually, what I could do, funny enough, is make their IDs negative, I think. But then it would be a little complicated. I'd have to like go backwards and stuff, and that's not really what I want to do. I'll probably just make their ID 7 and 8. It'll be easier. Yeah. So I have it set to that at max level. I'll go ahead and do max tank count as that plus the maximum level of LI upgrade large tank. I think that should work. All right, so let's go get the fish tank. So we're dropping this guy in. Tank type will be big. Tank type is big. Then now for IDs, this is going to be tank 7, right? Because this one has an ID. Oh, that one's 5. So we want this to be 6, 7. All right. I do wish I could kind of preview the actual sprite of these. Don't know if there is a way I can. I'll go ahead and just add a sprite to this just for now so I can like get the positioning right. Just say large tank so I can kind of see what's going on here. So Yeah, it's pretty big. I'll have to figure out exactly how we want to position this stuff. I might have to expand these rooms a tiny bit more just to fully fit them in. The left side can drop down lower, so that should be fine. And then I should have plenty of vertical room. The other room, I don't really want people like walking behind it because I think it's just hard depth-wise. So I'm probably going to, yeah, make both of these rooms longer. And I think that should be fine. So I guess we should do that. Let's go over to expansion 1. And I'm just gonna grab these tiles and maybe 2 more tiles there. Like, it's close, right? It just needs a little bit more space. Okay. Let's go to our tanks. That's tank. Those are kind of flipped around. I think 6 should be at the bottom. 5 should be at the top. Alright, so we'll kind of have it set up like that. And then fish tank 8. That'll be like somewhere right here in the middle. We'll kind of tweak that position a little bit. And then fish tank 7. That's the other guy. Alright. Yeah, I'll just have to kind of keep repositioning the rooms around and stuff slightly to get everything looking correct. I guess let's go ahead and do the bottom border here too. So the top like rim here is going to be 2 pixels. How deep should this go? I guess this same width. 8 pixels. Eight pixels. So it should go 3 up. Oops. Something like that. Oh, but that should stay white at the top. I realized. Oopsies. Let's do something like that. And I'll just kind of curve this around until it looks about right. Oh, that's good. All right. So let's go ahead and just copy this half. I'm going to paste on the other side, but flipped horizontal. Boom. Let's merge it down. Draw some little lines. There we go. So I don't know what color most of this stuff is going to be. I don't know if it makes sense to make it wood like the other stuff. It's hard to say. Have to figure that one out. If it is going to be wood like that, it'd probably have some like plank separators, you know? We'll figure that one out. Then it'll have big blue. I'm gonna thicken these up a little bit. Okay. This will be like white up here. We'll do a shader on the top, kind of like the same shader we've got going on like the jungle and stuff, you know, for all the water sources to make it look like there's water up there. So and I'm probably gonna need to shrink all of this by 1 pixel at least. Because I want it to fit in this area specifically, so if we have an outline on top of it, we need to move them a tiny bit. Let's go womp. Womp. All right. Cool. I think we're on the right track. I'm going to keep editing this sprite. A lot of what this sprite is going to come in the form of the shaders and stuff that we do, right? Because we've got like the little viewport that shows the inside of the tank there. That's going to be important. Stuff like that. Then the water shader on the top. Yeah, I think we should be at a good spot. Might even make the tank a little thinner. It's hard to say, you know, something more like that instead. I don't know yet. We'll figure all that out. Yeah, I think, well, you know, there's going to be some sand in here and stuff or whatever. Right, you're going to see all the decorations. Water up on the top. You know. All your little water lines. Something. Whatever, you know. Water. So I think it'll be cool. Yeah, I just want a place to store all these massive guys, you know? You've got like these whales and sharks, and it's like, it doesn't make sense to put them into a tiny little aquarium. I think it's more fun to be like, all right, we're pulling out the big guns now for these guys. So, and we'll probably proportionally make these tanks even larger for their weight capacities. So, you know, because big fish are heavy. So it makes sense. But yeah, anyways, I think that's going to be it for today's stream. So thank you everybody for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think the new big shop stuff, new shop expansions is like almost there. Just a couple little more things to do. So, but yeah, we are on the right track. So let's go raid somebody. Who do we want to raid? We could raid Dobbs. He's drawing a bunch of crazy stuff right now. Whoa. Let's go over there. What is this? There's a new Dobbs. Dobbs TV. Okay. Alright, well thank you everybody for coming in the stream. Feel free to wishlist Lurd in. And if you want to play all the new content stuff, it'll be on the playtest version of the game. If you were unable to join the playtest version of the game, then let me know and I'll send you a key for it. But yeah, we'll be live again on Friday, 3:30 MDT. Join the Discord if you want. And I'll see all you gamers around. If anyone has ideas for new content stuff with these systems we're adding in, fishing lures, anything, let me know in the Discord server because I would love to hear ideas right now. So, okay, bye everybody. I'll see everyone on Friday. Bye. Goodbye everyone.